Oh, I was muted. I was way off. Hello, Starro. How are you doing? Just like I'm always needing to change stuff. Like my camera always goes too far. Oh, right off the bat, I apologize for starting this stream much, much later than I normally do. I was upset because my team played badly today. I'm a sports guy, so eating a pizza. What flavor are we doing? Doing pep and cheese, or are you more adventurous? You're doing meat lovers, or possibly an everything pizza. I'm not sure if that's a real thing or if I just made that up. Regular pizza with pickles. That's no. You can't say you're doing a regular pizza and then say with pickles. That's like, are you eating pickles separate from the pizza or the pickles on the pizza? This is very important to me. Like it's very important. I guess you can eat your pickle pizza. I just want to try it. Actually tastes good. Okay, but now I gotta know though, is it pickles on the pizza? Okay, that seems, you know what? Everyone has their own taste, and that could be seen as good and interesting. And who am I to judge? I am but a man on the internet who has opinions. But I will not judge this. I will not judge it. Also, I don't know when this started happening, but my beard has like, I've always had like white strands of hair since I could grow facial hair. But I don't know if you guys can see it. It's just like this. You can definitely see it. One white strand. Oh, go. It's so prominent because my beard is so dark. So it pops. And I have it on this side too. And it makes me feel like I'm way older than I usually am. Can't knock it until you try it. Very true. Very true. But I will say, not a common combination. So it kind of threw me off guard. But again, I do apologize for streaming so goddamn late. Usually I start streaming at 7-ish. But well, two reasons. Two reasons today why I'm streaming so late. One, three reasons actually. One is hello. One is I did stream on Thursday. So, but that was more of a gaming stream. In fact, that was like 4 hours just nonstop gaming. So I did stream on Thursday. And then normally I get off work on weekends at like 2, but I was covering extra shift, so I didn't get off till 5:30. And then the Lakers were playing, so I watched the Lakers play, even though they lost. Again, put me in a bit of a sour mood. So I had to push everything back. Essentially, it's the Lakers' fault why I'm streaming so. So I'm not expecting the normal crowd to be in here, especially because I didn't prime anyone by like announcing I was streaming what time today. That's my fault. But those of you who can make it and who are making it, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I guess insofar as like, it's not Luca's fault. Don't call him that. It's not Luca's fault. He did his best. He tried. Okay. Tried his best. He can only do so much. But I think that's kind of as far as I have for like personal news. I'm not gonna front. Today is sort of like weird day because I'm streaming so late that I don't have like a ton of stuff lined up. So this is probably more of a YouTube night. I was planning on doing more South of Midnight, but I feel like it's too late to do that. And playing that game gets me in the mood to watch Sinners, and I haven't watched Sinners yet, so I'm just torturing myself. I'll probably watch Sinners maybe Monday. Yeah, I have time. I'll watch it on Monday. But yeah, that's me. Me just yapping. That's what we're gonna do today. It's a yapping day. It's a YouTube night. We're just gonna sit here and relax, watch some cool stuff. Hopefully, have some good reacts. How are you guys doing? How was your day so far? I know Tharo's eating pickle pizza, which again, no judgment. This is a judgment-free zone. Although I have opinions on it, not judgments. Will not cast aspersions or anything of the sort. But I do have opinions. But aside from that, how are you guys doing? I just realized I am multi-streaming right now. I'm streaming also on Twitch. That should be fine. Like I'm really big on Twitch, so. Although I always have mixed feelings about Twitch because like it's a shit place for discovery for the most part, but then like I appreciate Twitch because like it's a pure streaming service, so you can catch things live and it's like obviously build a community, which you can do on YouTube too, but YouTube's mostly for scripted or scheduled videos, not much for live streaming. But I feel like a little under the weather. You know what? I have been under the weather for like 4 months, so I feel you. This is probably the healthiest I felt in a while, and I'm still kind of, but it just alternates. You stopped watching Twitch like 5 years ago. Okay, so my thing with Twitch is I watch like really one streamer, and then because of him, I'm aware of other streamers. But even the one streamer I watch, I don't really sit down and fully watch all their. It's Hassan Piker. I don't really watch like his streams all the way through, but I watch enough of his stuff. I watch the clips. I catch up on stuff. I think Twitch though, the problem for me, maybe because I'm old, is just like there's so much always constantly happening there, and I can't do it at my own leisure. Like I like being able, kind of like you watch like a streaming show, right? And you can kind of just go in on your own terms. Okay, I'm gonna just watch episodes 1, 2, and 3. Be done. Go do some other shit. But Twitch is like a marathon. Ah, you didn't watch my 12-hour stream yesterday? Oh, buddy. Maybe I have a YouTube channel that you can watch and catch up on. But then it's like also because it's live, if you're on the social media like I am and most other people, the conversations are happening while they're tweeting, while they're streaming. I'm like a day behind. It's like, again, back to the streaming analogy, it's a new show drops, everyone's watched the entire series in one day, and you're like, I couldn't have had work. And now I feel like I'm behind. Allergy season has been so bad. I'm getting it. You know what? I used to not suffer from like allergies or sinus things, and then like 12, 35, like 15 years ago, I got an I got an upper respiratory infection, and my body just said, "Okay, cool. Now you just get sinus infections," which is what I have right now. It's going all the way up here on my left side, though. Sucks getting older. Getting older is not a cool, fun thing to do, which goes into my whole thing about Twitch, where I have like, I'm not just like an asshole, but I have like a job, but like I can't like sit and watch a 9-hour stream because my job in particular wouldn't allow me to do that. Like, I have to be pretty active or pretty attentive in my job. I can't just like put on a stream for 12 hours. Unless I'm working with certain people, then I can, but it's all dependent on that stuff. So I prefer YouTube. YouTube, I kind of do it at my own leisure. But then the downside is if we start live streaming on YouTube, it's a little bit harder because YouTube is algorithm based, and YouTube hates when you step out of your range. Hates it so much. I understand it can be anxiety inducing to feel like you have to catch up on. No, exactly. Like, I don't want to feel like I have to catch up on shit. Oh, I do prefer the Twitch streamers who have a YouTube account also because it makes it so much easier. Because I can kind of just see like the main points, right? Like, I don't follow a lot of people on Twitch, but I do follow the Twitch streamers on YouTube. But also, I don't think like Twitch would be specifically for me, like from like the content creation side, just because even though I know YouTube has its laundry list of people who I don't think should run a platform, and you guys probably know a couple of those names since if you've seen my content, I think it's still doing better than Twitch because Twitch seems to like loudly be promoting certain people who I think are terrible. Yeah, like when I missed a did no mainstream, they also upload edit. Yeah, exactly. I actually think they're streaming right now. I think they're doing their let me double check, but I think they're doing their today is their charity stream. I'm just checking, man. Yeah, the mutual aid stream. Yeah, they got that going on right now. Which is good for them. I'm glad like I'm mutual with people who do like cool shit and like help people out and stuff. It's really nice. I help people out in other ways. I still get money, but I just like do it more directly, I guess. Anyways, let's get to some shit, you guys. Let's get into some shit. That's what we do, right? Talk, we get into some shit. We love getting into shit. Okay, let's see if I remember my hotkeys. All right, so we're see if I remember the hotkeys. I think it is this one. Let's see. Did I switch over to the correct one? No, this one. which one is it? Yes, we did it, but now it's black. Okay, yes, we did it. We did it. We did it. We got it. Good job, everyone. So I don't even know why I care so much about Nintendo. I'm not going to buy a Switch 2, but I think it's still informative to talk about the fact that they are announcing that on April 24th, the pre-orders in the United States are back. Hello, Mystic. We just started talking about the Nintendo Switch. Why is it so white? Oh, please no one take that out of context. Please no one take that out of context. Oh, but this white is terrible. I wish it'd go away. I wish it'd be darker. But don't take it out of context. I just wish the white thing would be darker, preferably black, so I could see better. Did I see the movie Sinners? No. No, I did not see the movie Sinners. You know what I will do though? I will make the chat box a little bit bigger. It is kind of hard to read them. Yes. I didn't see Sinners. I will see Sinners. Probably Monday. I'm hearing too many good things about it, so I'm trying to watch it as soon as possible. Tomorrow I can't because Easter Sunday. I have like family stuff. Hope the Switch 2 doesn't end up with the same AI slop situation. Oh my God. We'll get to that. But first, retail pre-orders of the for Nintendo Switch will begin on the 24th. At launch, the price of Nintendo Switch will remain at $44.99, and the Switch 2 plus Mario Kart bundle will remain at the $500 mark. Pricing for both physical and digital versions of Mario Kart World is $80, and Donkey Kong Bonanza is $70. Will also remain unchanged at launch. However, Nintendo Switch accessories will experience price adjustments from those announced on April 2nd due to changes in market conditions. Okay, so what we got here? So the Joy-Con pair is $100. Charging grip is $40. The strap is $14. Was it always this expensive in general? Like, did it cost extra money to get this shit? Nintendo Switch camera, dock set, carrying case, all-in-one carrying case, AC adapter, Samsung micro SD express card. I've heard the micro SD express cards have gone up. Okay, so they were expensive. Hold on, wait. Did Dimension Team hit their goal? Thanks to all that donated and special guests. Oh my god, wait, hold on. They hit their goal. I'm gonna hop in their chat real quick. We're gonna hop into the main chat real quick.
You know, you've got all.
I'll let me for a second, Dad. I'm sorry. Anything about the channel's niche? Wait, why can't I? I'm a follower. Why can't I subscribe? Why can't I chat? Maybe my browser. Sometimes Opera does this bullshit where I can't even listen. Dead Domain's great. Friend's awesome. I just wish I could fucking congratulate them. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Wait. I might have to go to a different browser. Oh, hold on. Make sure that I'm not exposing nothing.
More than 6 months now.
Okay. Okay. We can now come back.
And it's just like
it.
Because I want a different living
God
space.
damn.
I was 9 years. I moved
just trying to do a cool thing.
My ex-wife. My life has changed so much since then, and I need a bigger and better. I need
okay, now I can leave.
Proper. So
my headphones on, I guess.
More than 6 months now. My apartment has basically been packed up and ready to leave at any time, and it's just like.
I mean, they're probably not going to be able to see what I wrote because
I want.
Yeah, I think I'm not even. On the thing.
Space. I've been here for 9 years. I moved in here with my ex-wife. My life has changed so much since then.
Oh, holy shit.
I need a bigger and better. I need a proper like studio space because I've been filming from the corner of my living room for over 2 years now.
Damn.
And
I feel like I walk in something personal. Like, I'm gonna just.
Let me give you an idea of how shitty this fucking apartment is.
Yeah. Okay. Good job, Dad. I'm gonna just step out for a second though. I feel like I might have. Even though they are telling people, I feel like I might have. Holy shit. What was I doing? Oh, Nintendo. Sorry, I got so distracted. I'm so sorry. Yes. So they did make good chunk. They do stuff about grifters. I think that's kind of how we all found each other, where it's like we all hate grifters, so we're gonna just make content how much we hate these guys. Well, yeah. So Nintendo. Wait. So Nintendo Switch 2. Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna look something up. Nintendo Switch. Joy-Con. Nintendo Switch. Joy-Con. The original price for the Joy-Con grip, I guess. was okay. So you get for $12 on $13 on Amazon, or about like $20 if it's new, but you can vary the price. And they're selling it. Oh, sorry, charging grip. Charging grip. Okay, and they're saying it's $40, and you can get a. It's usually what, $30? I'm on the official Nintendo website. Controller, Splatoon edition, GameCube, Joy-Con controllers, charging gift. Okay. Okay, cool. If I wanted to buy one though, do you? Oh, there's not even like a. What the hell? My phone just started going off on some AI bullshit. I hate this so much. I never use the AI shit on my phone. Wait, I'll get back to the chat. Now I'm confused. Do they not sell Nintendo products directly from Nintendo? That's crazy. Okay, so from Amazon, I want to buy a regular Nintendo grip. There is no price. Okay, whatever. Also, I forget I can't go to certain websites because I will dox myself. Thank God my camera was blocking my name and address. So this is just pricier. It's just pricier then, right? That's insane though. That's a huge bump. Let's look at the Nintendo Switch wheel. $25.55. It's hard to find the official price because Nintendo seems to not put the price on their website. Am I blind? Oh, this is for the Switch 2. Switch 2. Okay, whatever, Nintendo. Basically, the shit's going more expensive. Which I guess makes sense because, you know, that's just the world we live in where everything costs more money. It appears all the gamers will have to support all these Pookie Who Work games. Do you think they will deal with scalpers again? Of course. Of course. You guys, we live in a society. We live in a society where capitalism is king. Want to see how I got these scars? It's because my healthcare wouldn't accept my claim. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, they're going to deal with scalpers. They're going to deal with scalpers. Oh, it's going to get bad. This will probably be worse than the PS5 shit because that was just a chip shortage. This will be 100% scalpers buying up. I know they're trying to get around it, but there's no way they can actually effectively get around people who are pre-ordering it. So they're gonna buy up a bunch of shit, and then they're gonna just obviously jack up the price. Although, because of the tariffs, I'm wondering if they're going to try to like buy things and then bundle it and then sell those at a raised price, but not higher than what they would cost together. If that makes any sense. Like, let's say they all buy up the $500 bundle, and then they also throw in like a Joy-Con wheel set for an extra $30. So that'd be like, let's say like $545, but they'd sell it for like $520 or some shit like that. Actually, not rename my Nintendo Switch Online. Yeah, honestly, and I said this in my last video when I was talking about Nintendo and their strategies. Nintendo has already captured their audience, right? Now they're trying to expand. Nintendo's kind of like Disney in this sense. They can do whatever the fuck they want because there are diehards who will kill someone to get Nintendo Switch 2. Like, I'm pretty confident. Well, April 24th, tomorrow is the 20th. So it's next week. The pre-orders are going to be sold out. I guarantee you. Because Nintendo can do no wrong. That's nuts. That is nuts. That's our Nintendo talk. Nintendo talk for today. In some personal PC computer news, I'm a little upset because I just found out that NVIDIA is releasing the 5060 for fucking $300. And I don't know if it's been tested by a bunch of companies or a bunch of YouTubers, but I'm assuming it is. And it's already, let me see, where are the specs on this? So we have the 5060 Ti. I know the 5060 series is massive. Like the graphics card's physically gigantic. So I don't even know if it could fit into my rig, but I know people will all give me shit for getting a 4060. All these shits already have 16 gigabytes of VRAM. God damn it, dude. You know what? No. I'm not doing FOMO. We're not going back. I bought my shit. I'll live with it. But I just want to look at that the way. I know those people in my comment section who are like, you got a 4060? Yes, I did. I had 2070 out of 4060. I didn't know about the 5060, okay? And honestly, it probably couldn't fit in my PC. My tower is a full tower, but that's a fucking huge. It's a big boy. That is a big boy. I am doing so since all the games I have don't rely on online. You aren't like that, buddy. Oh, cool. I've changed started. Anyone on chat know when it's Level Up Expo? I mean, I'm on the internet right now. We can just look up right now. The Level Up Expo is in Vegas. That one? It looks like it's starting. It is starting. Oh my god. Okay. Single day, please. Just let me know where it's. 1 day badge. Wait, I don't understand this actually. It says the Level Expo. What the? Okay, this is confusing. I'm gonna just type in Level Up Expo 2025. Okay, so the answer is it is starting. It's from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. And the days are. Okay, I don't know. This is from January 1st to April 24th, so maybe it starts on the 24th. I have no idea. It probably starts on the 24th. If you can buy a batch, it probably starts 25th. Probably the 25th. I can't even. Going to any cons. I am planning on going to the New York Comic Con. And the only real like gaming event I'm planning this year, honestly, it's New York Comic Con. You play games there too, right? But also Summer's Game Fest, which I cannot get tickets for yet. And that's in June. It's almost May. Also, I gotta start going to websites that just autofill my shit because I'm just gonna dox myself. But this is the closest one I can go to. And there's no, I don't know when tickets go. I signed up for it. I signed up for it so I can get tickets. Because I promised myself last year I went to the IGN experience thing. I said I want to go to the actual Summer's Game Fest, and they're just there's no tickets. There's no ticket information. They're expected to go on sale in May. I've been saving up money specifically for that, but nothing so far. Annoying. Is that the YouTube theater? In Inglewood, California. Damn, dude. Number the fire. I used to live there. Ticketmaster. Is Ticketmaster gonna expose my shit? Hold on. I feel like it shouldn't because I've never used Ticketmaster. The next sale will begin April 1st. Oh, sorry, April 21st. Oh, pre-sale. Oh yeah. Okay, I can do pre-sale. I can do pre-sale. We're going this year, you guys. We're going to Summer's Game Fest. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, everyone. I have 2 plans this year. This and then in October going to the New York Comic Con. Whenever those tickets go on sale too. But. That's for later. What I wanted to talk about today, actually, I saw an article on Aftermath, which you guys should go to and subscribe to and pay for all their stuff because they're great. This is independent journalism, independent games journalism, not reliant on any other advertiser or anything like that. And this is an article done by Nathan Grayson talking about how OTK lost its way. And so I think it'd be interesting if we take some time and we read this article because holy shit, has this organization gone through a lot. Like, a lot. 2 of them aren't even part of the organization anymore. This one keeps getting into trouble doing dumb shit. Then there's Miskiff, Nick, I think that's Sear. What's OTK? One True King. It is we'll read it. When OTK, short for One True King, was founded in 2020, it was far from the first streamer conglomerate production company lifestyle brand. Damn, that's a lot. To plant its flag, but what it had going for it was its unique mix of personalities. Where the likes of 100 Thieves and FaZe Clan began with their feet firmly in the esports world, and others like the once Pokemon fronted offline TV pride themselves on cozy wholesomeness, OTK was a result of Twitch's edgelord past, meaning its brand-friendly present. Having Zach Asmongold-Hoyt, Matthew Miskiff Renato, Tim Esfandere, I probably butchered his name, and Rich Campbell, on the starting bench as owners lent the organization an authentically messy appeal. Flash forward 5 years, though, and OTK is facing an uncertain future. Streamers were its greatest asset, but they've also proven to be its biggest stumbling block. OTK is a org. That's what you see in they're all organizations for streamers. Usually, like talents all come together and they do stuff because it's a way to get more exposure for both the individual talent and organization. So it's like a it's an amplifying force. Well, anyone expected when Asmund goes right in front of the Senate? Yeah, it's honestly, I didn't know he started this. Like, I knew he was in it. I know he was like one of the ones who were behind it. And Rich Campbell, funnily enough, I did a video a while ago about this. Okay. Yeah. A while ago, December 2022. Holy shit. You guys probably remember this because you guys weren't here when this happened. I used to have longer hair. I used to have dreads. This is 2 years ago. I did it on this. About the whole Rich Campbell incident. So they'll probably cover that in this article. But yeah, they were really popular. They even have their own like gaming, not show, but like a gaming event where they put a bunch of like indies out, which I thought was always cool. I'm always supporting people who put out indies or support indies. But then I learned out who they were. I was like, oh, shit. At the tail end of last year, OTK laid off employees were working in production, sales, and marketing, reducing full-time headcount from around 20 to 5, according to former OTK employees, whom Aftermath granted anonymity as they were not authorized to speak publicly on these matters. This was a culmination of an arc that began promisingly with ambitious ideas from streamers behind the scenes and tips out the organization's 5th co-founder and main strategic mind, but which ultimately descended into a public-facing scandals and conflicting priorities on the part of some of the aforementioned streamers who also co-own the organization. I could see that being a problem. When the faces of organizations that are supposed to draw people in are also a large reason why a lot of people don't like your organization, you're gonna have some problems. It's really about accountability, right? A former OTK employee told Aftermath, when you have creators that are owners in an organization, you can't tell them anything, you can't do anything. So right, like I was talking about. Aftermath reached out to OTK multiple times in the weeks before this report's publishing. The company declined to comment on most of what follows. An OTK spokesperson told Aftermath, OTK's vision and business model remains the same as it has these past several years, to be the best influencer-led gaming brand in the digital. We continue pursuing this endeavor each and every day. So before we get more into this, because I did bookmark this. Where did I put it? Oh, did I delete it? Oh, I probably deleted it because I'm stupid. But they did talk about this. Where's Nathan Grace? Oh, you know. It's on my profile with my replies. It is. Here we go. So, Asmongold acknowledged that Nathan Grayson's hit piece about OTK losing its way. So just listen.
And his hit piece at Trash Talk about OTK. Oh, the one, I think Nathan wrote that, right? Yeah, he messaged me about it. I didn't give him any information about it. But the OTK, all their drama and everything like that, I am so relaxed and pleased to say that I don't really have any comment. I don't have any opinion on it. And damn, that's crazy. Wow. And so anyway, yeah, that's, wow, what about that? And anyway, so Nathan who caused Gamergate or someone else? Yes, the Nathan who caused Gamergate. Yeah, I talked to him the other day. And yeah, that's what it was. Didn't know it was drama. Yeah, I don't know what the details were, but anyway, that's it. Just say your take on abortion and they'll say you're liberal. No, they'll find an excuse to get mad at that too. Don't worry about it.
What?
And,
wait, hold on. What the fuck? I don't know. Okay, I didn't watch that that last part. I didn't watch this video. This is the first time seeing this. Random abortion throw in the last minute there, huh? That's a fucking just late grenade toss abortion right there. But yeah, Nathan says right here, yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the response I expected. And then he wrote, I do find it interesting telling though that anything even mildly critical written about streamers related to orgs, etc. is characterized as a hit piece. There's a lot more nuance to OTK's whole situation than that, and I tried to convey in my article. Going back to the article, you can see how he did reach out to them. Asmongold said as much. But if you give them nothing, and so they have to talk to like employees who have to do the day-to-day shit, It might not come off the way you wanted to come off, but Nathan did his job. And it is true, dude. Like, everything now, because it's so fucking parasocial, everything becomes a hit piece. Like, even if it's not a hit piece, everyone just says this is the hit piece. You're doing a hit piece. Oh, you're talking about me in a critical way that I don't like. You're doing a hit piece. Oh, you're going over the many missteps I have done publicly in the last couple of years. You're bringing up old shit because you're doing a hit piece. Oh, I am currently embroiled in controversy, and you are showing a pattern of behavior that I've exhibited again publicly throughout my online career. You're doing a hit piece. Like, everything's a hit piece. You cannot be a journalist in any digital space anymore because they don't respect journalism. And everything you're doing is because you're jealous. Like, that's basically what all the fans will always say. You're just jealous. You're jealous. You wish you had their money. You wish you were there popular. You wish you were this famous. You wish people cared about you or went to your streams or watched your shit, right? It's always like that. It's never just like, oh, this person we can all clearly see, or this organization that we can all clearly see has had multiple issues and someone's talking about it. Nah, they must be haters. They must be haters. Yeah, exactly. Stuff happened publicly and they expect no one to talk about it. I gotta be careful to say this. It's very similar to a certain situation happening to a certain podcaster who used to podcast with a certain leftist, and after a year of crashing out, people close to said podcaster are telling him in many ways, including perhaps maybe some sort of authoritarian way, maybe some sort of authority who might possess the ability to arrest people, talking about the content that they've been putting out, right? I'm speaking vaguely, but also intentionally, because the certain podcaster apparently is very litigious and will go after even the smallest person if they get on their wrong side. And as I've told you guys multiple times, I ain't got money like that. I'm not a big time streamer YouTuber. I'm just a guy who works and sometimes streams. That's his fans. All his fans always. Well, yeah, that's always the defense for anyone though. Anyone, it's always you're jealous. 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 It's annoying. Okay. OTK's earliest days were characterized by a palpable sense of fun. In a 2020 video introducing the collective to fans, Hoyt, it's weird calling Asmongold his last name, outlined his vision. We came up with this idea of making an org and building an org around our friends and building the org around friendship in general, which I think is crazy because personally, what I've seen, I don't think that guy values friendship at all. Like, he just seems loyal to his audience, but whatever. I mean, you saw his response. The organization that still has his friends in it, and he's just like, that's crazy. Don't give a shit. Like, your friends are there, my guy. Steven's videos suggested that he and his fellow mostly World of Warcraft streamers had indeed figured out a way to monetize their friendship. There was a shenanigans-laden Friendsgiving, a Pokemon card-powered themed charity drive, a purposefully budget pro wrestling show, and eventually a content house. Over time, additional members like Nick Inimpolum, Can Soda Poppin' Morse, Emily Imaru. Wait, what's her last name? Chunks? I can't fucking pronounce that. What? Like school skunk? Emily Skunk? I don't know. Emily Zhang and Will Neff joined, though not all in ownership capacity. I keep forgetting Will's a part of this because he seems so not OTK. The vibe of OTK's initial events was often loose and low stakes. Streamers drank and laughed. Living spaces were cluttered. Camera angles were awkward. Overlays were minimal. OTK streamers made it feel like they were messing around and somebody just so happened to leave a camera on the room. But OTK was still very much a business, one founded by creators who'd spent their careers regularly behaving in ways that were not brand friendly, but which was intended to cause brands to see dollar signs and feel an overwhelming urge to slap their logos on the organization's content. You had Nick, Miskip, and Asmo collaborate on Steam, and you had like 57,000 people watching. One former OTK employee told Aftermath. You're like, this is a gold mine to monetize. Any brand would be absolutely over the moon to have those kinds of numbers. And obviously, it was during the COVID age of Twitch where we saw big viewership booms. I should start streaming on COVID. So it was a match made in heaven. OTK wanted to make events and monetize these streams where they could put all their brands together and they can yield insane budgets. Getting clearance for 6, almost 7-figure budgets for shows or episodes or stuff like that. God damn. Will was there. No, I think Will joined OTK like maybe a year ago. Will, Neff, OTK. Like yeah, last year. Yeah, it's been a year. So, I mean, he's pretty untouched by most of the controversy they have, but like, OTK. Like, obviously they get paid for that shit, but still, like. Over time, this meant that OTK had to professionalize. Brands didn't necessarily want to attach their names to messy rooms and wanton weirdness. They wanted to be part of a polished product. When you scale up these businesses, when you're asking them for more money, they're pitching in front of their CEO, CMO, VP of marketing, etc., the former OTK employee said. The way OTK's content looked back then, it just didn't look appealing. Brands aren't going to commit money to this when you're competing against TV, traditional media buying, and all that stuff where everything's well polished. So in some cases, OTK upped its production values. It leaned on consistent formats like Schooled, in which star-studded streamer lineups competed to answer questions based on knowledge they should have acquired in school, and sold brands not just on mini-episode placements, but season-long sponsorships, social media clips, ad reads, newsletter mentions, and more. Big-name brands like Coinbase, Gatorade, Mountain Dew, Razer, Intel, and eventually Progressive lashed onto the nascent venture. I will say something. And this is obviously not a universal sensation, Mike, because there's studies that show that marketing this works. But I have never, like, when it comes to, I'm not immune to propaganda. No one is. I buy brand stuff too, right? But I've never been like, oh, hey, my favorite actor made this commercial, and it's for Rocket Money, and my favorite actors are in it. Now I'm gonna use Rocket Money. Or that one Monopoly commercial that you see has like Kiki Palmer and Chris Pratt, and I think at some point it had Jason Momoa in it, and they're all playing that Monopoly game that you play on your phone. Like that doesn't make me want to get the game. Like I've never wanted to do the thumbnail of Hassan alongside Asmongold is crazy. What? Is that somewhere here? I don't know what that thumbnail is. But like, I just find it weird where like brands like, oh yeah, dude, this will help with our brand awareness. I'm like, I guess, but then also like, look at the audience that is watching the thing you're branding. Like, I'm sorry. Like, Coinbase, Gatorade, Mountain Dew, Razer, and Intel, they probably have a better shot of having some sort of positive impact from advertising OTK, but there's no fucking way Progressive Insurance saw any rise in people signing up for them or any sort of financial gain from advertising on an OTK related stream. Like, I know about expanding customer bases, but these are like, no. Like, no. It'd be like if for some, let's say somehow my channel gets fucking huge and I start getting brand deals and it's like, okay, like Nintendo wants to sponsor me. That makes sense. I talk about video games. Or, you know, some small indie team wants me to play their game. Again, I cover video games. I talk about a lot of game related things. But then imagine if like, I don't know, Rocket Money was like, we want you to promote our product. I'd be like, hey, I will take your money, but you're not gonna get anything out of this. Like, maybe because I'm older, people who watch my stuff might be like, hey, you know what? I do need to like manage my finances. But like, I'm talking about video games and politics. Like, no, maybe like ground news, which I do use. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm like, it's weird marketing. So I feel like you look at the metrics, like, yeah, even if like 20,000 or 200,000 people are watching this guy's stuff, it's like, yeah, but who's the audience? Like, if you're a Minecraft or a fucking Roblox streamer, you have like 3 million subscribers, you get like 1 billion. Like, okay, like iShowSpeed. I love iShowSpeed. He's like real life Luffy. I don't have anything negative to say about him. iShowSpeed's like the biggest streamer. It's like him and Kai Cenat. If you were to be like, yes, I am MasterCard, I want to sponsor this stream. It's like, do you think their audience is going to use MasterCard? Do you think their audience has credit cards or good credit scores or know what a credit score is? Like, that's, you'd have to, like, if you were talking about, yeah, like Dick's Sporting Goods, sure, they have shit like basketball shit and like sports. That makes sense, right? These guys are both athletes or athletic people. But like, I wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm fucking Propel. I want to sponsor fucking an Asmongold stream. Like, yeah, because that guy's the epitome of athleticism. Like, no. Sorry, that's a little tangent. Let's get back to the information. Then 2022 saw 2 major scandals about the org. In September of that year, Ms. Kiff was accused of covering up a sexual assault incident between 2 other streamers, and OTK suspended him pending the results for third-party investigation. In a statement in December, OTK ruled that the investigation did not find direct evidence that Ms. Kiff attempted to minimize or cover up sexual assault as alleged. The statement also noted that Ms. Kiff had publicly demonstrated a callous disregard towards the severity of sexual misconduct and racial prejudice in our space and would remain off OTK's board records until he demonstrates to the board that he is capable of upholding our organization's values. Aftermath reached out to Ms. Kiff to ask whether or not he'd been reinstated, but did not receive a response as of this publishing. I'm going to go on a limb and say, like, no one he reached out to. This doesn't seem like an organization where you could reach out to them and then get someone of the higher up to respond. Like, and I think that's kind of the problem they're facing. There is like no communication between them and press, which I know some people look at that and be like, that's a good thing, but it's really not if you're in like the PR business, because you actually want to have a good line with the press in case some bash is going to come out and you can get ahead of it. It's like having a Christian channel and then Bad Dragon ads. Yes, that's honestly would be hilarious. That's how I feel about, me and my girlfriend like to watch a lot of, mostly her because she's a weird little freak. We would like to watch like the dark side of YouTube or dark side of Reddit. Like, we're fans of Nexpo. And we watch like Nick Crowley videos and stuff. And she really likes her murder shit. That's what I call it. She likes to wind down and listen to someone getting horrifically murdered in her little podcast. But then I always make jokes like they will talk about someone being horrifically murdered, and then it's ad read. Like, it'll be something like, on December 28th, Susan Michaels went out of her house and did her normal routine. She got in the car, she went to the store, said hi to the cashier, and then was on her way home. But Susan never returned home. In fact, Susan may have never existed at all. Tonight on What's Going On, we go over the story of one Susan Michaels. I've changed her name. A woman who was not what she appeared to be, and potentially was one of the most prolific serial killers of all time. But first, if you ever find someone who you know who they are, our sponsor, like, will discover that it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you just told me this woman who may not exist has killed like 1 million people, and then you're going over the grisly murders and just like, she was ripped apart, limb from limb, never to be discovered again. But if you want to find something, our sponsor, SearchUp, has a great system that allows you to find multiple deals. It's like, what? I'm sorry. Hey, you were just talking about You were just talking about people being viciously torn apart and murdered. Now you want to sell me on a service that's gonna help me find deals? Like, no. But this whole Mizkif thing, I did remember that because the entire internet, at least on my side of the internet, kept talking about that. They say, aren't you covering up sex crimes? Which happened a lot. I'm not gonna lie. That year, like there's a lot. Like there was a lot of streamers being accused of either doing that or covering up sexual misconduct. In December 2022, Campbell, another founder, resigned from OTK following sexual assault allegations. He more or less disappeared after the incident in 2024, at which point news broke that he filed a defamation lawsuit against one of his accusers for $3.6 million in damages. She sued him. Asmith reached out to Campbell's lawyer for more details about the current status of the case, but did not receive a reply. That part I didn't know. That part I did not know, that he sued him for 3.6. Defamation. God damn, dude. Smaller controversies also took place in 2022, like Hoy getting suspended from Twitch for what the platform called hateful and unmerited conduct in his Diablo Immortal chat. Even the sorts of events that felt tailor-made to attract sponsors, for example, the annual, the OTK Expo is what I was talking about before. When they showed like a bunch of indie games, which began in 2022 as an attempt to add a more scripted and staged and proper video game showcase, ultimately suffered as a result of scandals, according to ex-OTK staff. We care deeply about indie games, indie developers, and the people in the industry, a former OTK employee told Aftermath of the OTK Expo. But there's a lot of sponsors that straight up just didn't want to work with after their Mizkif stuff and after the Asmongold's first incident. I like how they say first incident because they're like, this is one of many, many instances. But wait, I'm not familiar with the first time Asmongold got suspended. Unmoderated chat. Breaking down Asmongold's 5-month hiatus, getting banned on alternate channel, controversies, and more. Wait. What did he do? This is crazy because this was 3 years ago. And he's talking about how his life has been spiraling out of control for the better part of a year now, and for the first time taking steps to rein it back in. And yet, this is the same person who said Palestinians had it. Okay, and this was 3 years ago. I realized that my life was completely effing out of control. Like, there was like, my sink was stopped up and there was like just black water in half of it. And I was just using the other side of the sink. There was garbage all over my room. Like, I couldn't do anything because there's just trash everywhere. He's done this before. He's done this before. He got banned for what? In a YouTube video posted on the same day, the streamer explained why he was banned. He revealed that Twitch suspended him for hateful and unmoderated conduct after someone used the N-word in his Diablo Immortal chat box. The content creator claimed that the individual circumvented the in-game language filter and explained, I stood up for maybe like 5 or 10 seconds. I was readjusting my blanket here and I had my chat showing. And in the process of doing that, there was a person in chat box who typed N-word and they did not type it. Obviously, I have a language filter on, so they had to use special ways to get around it. They put dots in between every single letter, so it was in dot I dot. Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Oh, that's not too bad. It was on him. Asmongold defends controversial streamer Greek God. Oh my God, I remember Greek God. Yeah, that guy sucked. I'm just amazed that he already was like, my life is spinning out of control. And then, wait, what? What? Harassment Gold alleges Hasnabi offered him thousands of dollars in Twitch subs to watch a video critic of Ethan Klein. I doubt that, dude. I doubt that. That he would pay him $2,500 to watch it. 500 subs, yeah, there it was. And I was like, to say that YouTuber backs genocide, this is a pretty heavy accusation, right? This is a really heavy accusation. This isn't being critical of how they are talking about Israel-Palestine conflict. This is someone saying that not only are you talking about it, but you are actively promoting the ethnic cleansing of a group of people, which is weird because, you know, Asmongold has literally done this. He has said, he said Palestinian people had inferior culture, and he was supporting them getting murdered and killed. That's crazy. A song called Dan Diddler, and he said I had to delete half my hard drive because of a rule against Zolis. Why would I? Are you kidding me? Why would I talk to someone like that even for a sec? Absolutely not. No, bro, that's done. Absolutely not. Yeah, don't go around and say shit like that, people. That's nuts. It's very weird. Yeah, this is all bullshit. This is all bullshit. Wow, I'm getting way off topic. Okay, so the first thing any brand safety person from any of these big 500, Fortune 100 companies sees when they type OTK is sexual assault. Is that still the case? If I type in OTK. Damn, that's crazy. Asmongold Justice hit piece support. OTK. No, that's you have 4 things from this year and then nothing from till last year. That's crazy. Allegations are an absolutely soul crushing thing for any salesperson or marketing person trying to pitch a brand. Another former OTK employee told Aftermath. The first thing, okay, we're doing that part. Pitching that would be put themselves in the crossfires of why are you even here at this job if you're not flagging this early on? So slowly it became very difficult for OTK to sell itself to brands. And the more you're spending with the brand, the more money you're asking, the more due diligence happens with the brand. In 2022, the organization also began to expand, with Tips Out, who previously founded and ran a World Cup esports company called Classic Duelers League, leading the charge. The minds behind OTK started a sister company, Starforge System. That's computer, yeah. They made a gaming PC company. I did know. You feel like the Amber Heard trial was when it got, oh yeah, dude. The Amber Heard trial is when misogyny took root, which sounds weird to say, but it took root in the gaming space to where you could now make content and make a name and money off of essentially going after women online. Two more falls shortly. In 2023, Mad Mushroom, an indie game publisher that on paper synergized nicely with the OTK Expo, and Mythic Talent, a creative management company that now counts among its rosters stars like Queso. I know Queso was a part of that, as well as OTK mainstays like Asmongold, Mizkif, and Morris on the Soda Poppin'. Starforge and Mythic went on to become successful businesses in their own rights. OTK's issues make it really hard to build a sustainable business, which I think is why OTK has diversified so many times into a PC company, talent management company, and a video game publisher, a former OTK employee told Aftermath. It was like, hey, we can use OTK as this tip of the spear, a marketing campaign into the parts of the industry that are typically really low margin. And if we don't spend anything on marketing, that can actually increase our margin. The official OTK spokesperson took a similar, albeit sunnier view of the company's strategy. In many ways, OTK is the nucleus that supercharges all of our other entities. Through our content, brand, and corporate support, OTK helps establish new businesses in a fraction of the time it would normally take. Okay, so far, this doesn't scream hit piece. Like, everything he said is factual. Maybe not grammatically, but everything he says is factual. And there's no like, he's not casting aspersions on people's character or calling people awful or terrible or bad. He just said there were some controversies. So it's crazy this is being seen as a hit piece, although we do have a bit more to get through. As time went on, another difficulty arose. Streamers began to lose interest. Former OTK employees characterized this as less of an individual issue like the controversies and more of a systemic problem. Live streaming does not incentivize long-term planning and collaboration. Rather, streamers are taught by the never-ending Groundhog Day loop of viewer numbers, subscriptions, and donations to hyperfixate on here and now. On the here and now. Which trends should you chase to keep your channel's numbers up? How should you capitalize on a big moment? What's going to benefit you more, slowly and meticulously contributing to a team effort or betting on yourself? That is something I can totally understand. Not from like again, I'm not a big, huge content creator, streamer, or whatever, right? We all know this. But I understand that you're living and dying by the audience. Like at the end of the day, if you were on topic and you're a big streamer and you start doing this, and then like 3 weeks later, 2 weeks later, a new meta has arrived and you change it to meta, that meta may not be conducive to a group setting, but it's really good for your individual numbers. And streaming and really content creation is inherently a selfish endeavor. Like, this is my channel. This is my stream. This is my content, right? No one gets to tell me what to do. So if I want to become a grifter, which I never will, but if I want to start grifting, I could grift. And that would affect nobody but myself. And that would help me out. Well, imagine if I was with a group and we're all talking about how much we hate grifters, and then I start grifting and I'm part of this group. Well, now this hurts the credibility of that group because they're anti-grifters. And if I'm grifting while being anti-grifter, what if they're doing it too, and so far and so forth? So I get that. Initially, the creators thought OTK was fun. Like, oh, I'll do a show here, and then suddenly it's like, we need you to do a show every other week. That creator's not happy, said OTK employees. So it's painful. Sometimes we would have a show, expected deliverables with talent, and the creator's excuse was, I don't want to show up. I have sponsored stuff on my own channel. And what quickly happened was creators realized they could just say no, and there was no accountability. That is a fucking death knell. That is a death knell. Like, if you were just like, nah, I don't want to do it. But like I said, streaming is inherently selfish. So if you have people who started off as individual streamers, who set their own schedule, who made their own contacts, right? And now it's like, I'm part of this company, but I'm still doing my own streaming. Of course, they're going to choose their own shit versus the company's. Yeah, I don't want to do it because I already have a podcast and 3 sponsorships lined up this week. So I'm not going to do this show that took you probably weeks to set up, to get everyone's schedules, to get sponsored, to get all this shit. Since many of OTK's creators also co-own the company, they couldn't be fired or meaningfully reprimanded for no-showing OTK programming. This, according to ex-employees, was exacerbated by the fact that while creators who did not partially own OTK were paid a salary, OTK did not directly compensate creator owners for OTK projects, but instead offer them a mix of brand deals, equity in the company, cuts of sponsorship, ad revenue, and services provided by staff, graphics for a show, helping start a new podcast, marketing systems, etc. They had all these utilities and all these resources, said an ex-OTK employee. Oh, you want to start a podcast? Perfect. We'll do it all for you. We'll only take a portion of the ad revenue and or sponsorship revenue from any of the deals we've signed. So there was a lot of freemium benefits for all the creators OTK. As a result, ex-employees say streamers continue to use these perks to benefit their personal brands after their excitement for the organization cooled. Which, again, is what I said. That's kind of expected. Wait, sorry. As you said, Silverveil went from V Shoujo to Mythic. Is that a VTuber? It has to be, right? Because V Shoujo. I don't know who that person is. My VTuber knowledge is not that great. So what happened, especially this past year, 2024, is creators realized that they were raking in money on their own individual deals, game deals, smaller brand activation shows, says the ex-employee. Absolutely enormous amounts of money. Why should I care about OTK when OTK doesn't compensate me for any of those things? Was basically how they approached it. Another ex-OTK employee pointed to Poem as an example of this phenomenon. Outside her project that was considered his baby, Wild West, a large-scale, in real-life stream that saw 14 streamers roleplay as cowboys on a real ranch, he increasingly focused on his own channel over time. To an extent, the ex-employee understood where Poem was coming from. Poem focused more on his own stream because it blew up, and he's not interested in working at advertised events for OTK because that's more or less what it was becoming, said ex-employee. People were calling OTK Ad TK because every single event we were doing was sponsored by some game, some show, some whatever. That's what happens when you build your brand on being sort of like buds hanging out. If that's what your initial audience came for, they're never going to be happy when they're like, why are there so many brands on this shit? How come there's a steak ad on all these videos? A different company, which is not more of a controversy, at least not to this extent, Critical Role. Critical Role had the same issue. When it would stop being just a bunch of nerdy voice actors playing Dungeons and Dragons, it became a legitimate company that's incorporated that has its own like productions and makes its own deals and all that other stuff, right? Like it has a CFO and a CEO and a board and all that shit. Because people would watch their stuff and be like, how come so-and-so can't join the cast? It's like, because this isn't joining the cast like permanently. This is joining the company. You'd be part of the company. And as a company, they have different investments and different things they have to make sure get done. And it's not this silly fun time shit, right? Like it may look like that on surface, but they don't even live stream anymore. Like they used to live stream their shit, but because they got so big and so busy and people were doing other stuff, they pre-record everything and then they just stream it on Twitch, but it's already done. Like there's no live react. And I remember people were like mad that they were one of the top earning entities on Twitch. And you know, Twitch is completely, you know, donation depending, don't have to sub. People are mad about that. I'm like, yeah, dude. People are weird. I get it from both sides, but people are weird. Aftermath reached out to Nick, but didn't receive. Yeah, that's gonna be a trend here. No one's gonna respond. Before employees say streamers weren't exactly turning up their noses at ads either. They complain about us having so many advertiser sponsored shows, yet these creators could easily self-fund a lot of these shows and not have sponsors on them, but they chose not to. Ooh. These creators had the option for their shows to be white label, sponsor-free, no ads, to give their community what they want, and they chose not to. They didn't have to lose any money to put on the show. The creators are making money from sponsors and then not following their own sponsorship deliverables. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Okay. Like Glitch or Spindle Horse, they are indie creators, but they still are company. Exactly. Glitch just put out a pilot called like I think like the Gaslight District. The problem, as one ex-employee sees it, is that streamers didn't understand what they had. We'd say, hey, group of creators, we're giving you all 10K, a 10,000 opportunity to play a game. We were able to work it out, the publisher, says a former OTK employee. What did they do after we held their hand through this entire process? OTK staff didn't get thank you, didn't get anything. It became another routine thing. It's very weird how this evolution of rhetoric within a company from the creators became, I'm not being compensated, I'm not benefiting, even though they had a ton of shares, equity in the company, and they were getting brand deals at the wazoo. Yes. I can see the boiling resentment the employees must have, seeing like people who are already, let's be real, well off, who definitely make more than the employees who are putting the stuff together, and who would suffer less if something were to happen to this company because they could just parachute out, go to their individual challenge they've been boosting. Meanwhile, the person working in sales can't do that. So they have to bust their ass to get to the point where they can even bring this to the streamers. And the streamer just going, why should I do it? I don't get any benefits. And they're like, bro, I fucking get it. I get it. So in my job, I work with lots of people. Let's just put it like that. And I was helping one person start their health insurance. And because of their diagnosis, they got such good health insurance. Like, I was extremely jealous. They paid like $0 a month, and they got to go to like Gold's Gym for free. They had their dental for free, no copay on dental, no copay on going to like the doctors at all, no copay on vision. And I think the most they had to spend was like $5, and they would get like because they didn't drive, they would get transport, like those little like small buses that you could like call for your house, and right, like a Uber type situation. And it was like essentially all covered because of diagnosis. And they were just so ungrateful about it and just wasted it and complained all the time. So I don't want to go. I don't want to do it. It's like, dude, like, I wish my health insurance was my $0 copay. $0 copay. Insane. I can understand where these employers are coming from when they're seeing people who are well above them in terms of financial success, and on top of that, getting these percentages from the ad deals that they themselves, the ad reps, are brokering. So they see the numbers, and you're getting, not only do you have your own shit that makes you money, but you're getting stuff on the back end. Like, that's good. And then the people doing the work don't get any acknowledgement. Events that aired on streamers' personal channels rather than central OTK channels stood to benefit streamers even more. OTK never took any ad revenue from any Mizkif streams when all these big events are running, said OTK former employee. We never took sub percentages. We never took donations. So these creators were given a full big spotlight that drew massive amount of attention and awareness to them for free. And we never took anything other than percentage of the brand deals that came through. Yeah, so exactly what I was saying. Like, the streamers are, according to this, right, were massively benefiting. What OTK did take, former staff say, went what you'd expect it to. Paychecks and production. You have to make a margin. You have to pay people livable wage. Facts. Give it to OTK. We were well compensated compared to most game production companies / media companies out there. I'll give it to Tips and the team for doing that. Production cost was mostly where cost and promotion cost was mostly where cost and spend went. The former employee added, salaries played their role, but production costs were crazy at times. Staff felt frustrated when they would bring a project fully to term only for creators to drop the ball at the 11th hour. Again, streamers are fucking selfish. These people, for the most part, don't work or haven't worked in an environment where them not completing a task was a negative thing, right? Like, me, for example, I've been talking about how to make a video on difficulty for months now. And I have done it in some shape or form, and I did put out a video, but it wasn't like the full video I promised. But there's no negative for me doing that. I didn't sign a contract saying I will make this video, right? So I can put that video out literally whenever I want. Having that do this whenever you want is a great feeling when you're working by yourself and there's no one relying on you. When there's other people relying on you and there's deadlines, it's not a good feeling. It's not a good thing to have. It fucking sucks because then you have to lock in. And if you haven't been able to lock in for the last like 10 years you've been streaming and suddenly join an organization, you're going to have these problems. We would have a merch drop, says a former employee. We would go through a very tough refinement period of getting feedback, making sure the creators are really happy with it. And we're like, all right, it's time to launch. This is your merch. This is everything you guys wanted. You designed it. And it was like pulling teeth to get them to promote it. This is their stuff, but they don't want to make a post about their merchandise. Year 3, it was obvious that the creators were checked out, said another ex-employee. It was a nightmare to get any deliverables done, to get them to post to promote the shows. You probably saw all the time, people were like, oh, I didn't even hear about the show. The creators didn't even talk about blah, 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 blah. Somebody else would have to go to their accounts and pin things in their chat, promote or push from their accounts, push from their Reddit, post on their social media channels. Jesus Christ. I like how we haven't even gotten to this part where it says the Aspen cold problem. There's already so many issues in this company. To an extent, this makes sense. I've written a whole book about it. Streaming is a lot more taxing than people credit for. Those at the top of the food chain are constantly juggling daily streams, YouTube channels, TikTok, Instagrams, collaborations, travel, and more. They're regularly burning out. It's not surprising that some decide to shake a burst and wave their shows when they saw an opportunity. Again, I am not nearly at this level of success as a content creator, streamer, YouTuber, what have you. But I completely, fully, 100% understand that. It is hard when your job, well, it's not my job, but it's hard when your job is so reliant on attention. Like, you have a YouTube, okay, but you gotta do your daily streams. Up, TikToks are popping, you gotta post some TikToks. Up, make sure you're on Instagram, plug your socials. Hey, once you collab with this streamer or this content creator, you got similar content, help you grow. Hey, we're going to this event. Make sure you bring your traveling kit for your IRL streams. Like, I get it. It is a lot. Like, your job is attention. You have to be getting attention. If you're a gaming streamer and you can't just go to like a gaming event without doing some sort of content creation, whether it's capturing gameplay footage or the event, if you're allowed to, like, it's always, you're kind of always working. So I get that. I just think a lot of people just want what's simpler. What they know, what's going to put them on the path of least resistance. It's very natural instinct we all have, said an ex-employee. Create this core product, their core business, which is their own streams, they're all crushing it. A lot was great working with these creators and having them invest in the day-to-day business stuff. But the lack of communication skills, organization structure stuff for these creators was absolutely a fucking mess sometimes. Another point out that not all creators treated OTK events the same way. Some participate more than others. Actually, Emily was super active. Sierra was great. The ex-staffer said, referencing 2 OTK creators who are not owners. Interesting, this part, right? Referencing 2 OTK creators who are not owners. Like, interesting. Interesting. I'll say it like that. Yeah, let me minimize the chat a bit because I think it's making it hard to see on the actual screen. In case you guys like to read along, which I do a lot too. Just come on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's why a lot of big streamers do just hire assistants because it helps them, you know, with the day-to-day shit. Oh, here we go. The Asmongold problem. Then, late 2024 arrived, and Hoyt, who begun consistently banging the anti-DEI drums to his millions of viewers the year prior, made his radicalization impossible to ignore by going on a racist rant against Palestinians in October, calling them inferior and adding that, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. Which, ironic, considering the fact that that article I read earlier had him saying like, hey man, genocide is a heavy thing. You can't just call people saying they support genocide when he says shit like this. The entire Twitch community was taken aback, and even Tips Out published a statement breaking with his fellow co-owners' dehumanizing stance. Twitch suspended Hoyt, and he apologized for his damage shortly after. At the time, he also stepped away from leadership duties OTK, Starforge, and Mad Mushroom. However, in the months that followed, the overall tenure of Hoyt's broadcast did not change. After Trump got reelected in November, Hoyt leaned further into his far-right politics. Some remaining sponsors opted to abandon ship. Of fucking course they did. I'm going to tell you guys this straight up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Trump is president and all these weirdo right-wing people are popping off. From a business standpoint, even the companies who were like, we're going to kill our DEI initiatives, they're not doing better. This shit is insane shit. It is insane shit. So if you start to make that your stance, you're going to lose sponsorship. I don't think there's any company that was like, we are firmly right wing, who has been successful. Like, I don't think that exists. I don't think that exists. That there's people who are like, yeah, dude, I switched to promoting more right wing things, and now my company's doing better. Because most people are normal, and they don't want. Yeah. Target, for example. Target's doing terribly right now. They are going after. They are tanking actually. Target sales 2 weeks ago. Target foot traffic keeps falling amid boycotts and /DI efforts, and it could be a problem that isn't going to go away from the retail expert says. 1 week ago, Target suffers 10th consecutive week of foot traffic declines, sinking stock prices since caving on DEI. And then you look at Costco. Costco sales still rose in March despite deeper economic uncertainty. Because Costco, while Target was hit hard by DI boycott, Costco saw double-digit traffic increase. Costco keeps its DI policies, which sparked a local boycott movement, which increased its traffic. Costco thriving after retailers like Target roll back DEI initiatives. Like, and then you have New York Post, which is a fucking right-wing rag, talking about how they'll eventually drop DEI. The money's too good right now. From a month ago, they're still fucking succeeding. Like, it's insane. But yeah, it's because regular people, normal people, find this to be, at the very least, weird. People aren't hyper tapped in. Like, that's one problem with the internet. It creates these bubbles where people think that, oh, everyone cares equally about the topics I am being fed on my stream. Like, people make fun of like Facebook, right? Because people were misled by the election on Facebook. But a lot of people in the world aren't on Facebook. A lot of people don't follow this shit that closely. And so when you try to reach to that vocal minority, and then the rest are like, hey, why are you attacking trans people? Why are you suddenly getting rid of Black History Month? Like, what are you doing? Like, people think that's weird. Like, Asmongold comments on the Middle East were kind of the nail in the coffin for those of us who got laid off, said ex-OTK employee. It was a really tricky situation because, yes, Asmongold is entitled to his opinion, beliefs, whatever he thinks. But when you are the owner, founder of a company that you publicly own, and there are people that work at it, it impacts what you say. You're no longer the only one at it, which is what I was talking about. These people are used to doing whatever they want. And I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't think Asmongold even has a shred of empathy. But he doesn't give a shit what happens to other people. And I think he's made that very clear, especially lately. As you saw with him going, this company that I founded and my friends are still there and the people who work there, not my problem. I stepped away. I don't care anymore. Or, you know, any of the videos where you see him actively encouraging stuff like wanting to go on these ice raids and dress up as a Pokemon trainer and see if he can capture them like Pokemon. Or, you know, have statements about Palestinians. Or literally any of the shit that he says. The guy doesn't have any empathy. So this makes perfect sense. Why would you want to be a part of an indie game show when Asmongold just spouts about DEI all the time? It's very contradictory, said another ex-employee. Representing OTK Expo, it just sucks that Asmongold became so radicalized because he was the owner of the company. Even if you do believe all this stuff, which is completely fine. I mean, I would say it's not, but whatever. you have some sort of responsibility as a creator not to be so radical. I mean, you guys are toying with my job, you know? Exactly. He doesn't have empathy. So, of course, he doesn't give a shit how this affects other people. Like, I'm pretty confident he stepped away because it was affecting him and his ability to just say what he wants without other people getting mad, but not because he was harming people in his company. Asmongold is just a grifter at this point. His beliefs are whatever. Yeah, no, Asmongold is completely audience captured. That's his whole thing. This guy does nothing but farm. He loves engaging farming. He'll say insane shit left and right. He was talking about how Marathon has to have hot chicks in order for it to be a success, which is because like first person shooters. And I'm like, you don't play this. Yeah. Where is it? What did he say this? Is this a different statement? What's the one? This was talking about Asmongold convinced Bungie won't understand the marathon genre. Marathon genre? After exploring the trailers, gameplay, and community sentiment on the Steam, Asmongold shares words about marathon. I'm worried they're not really going to understand what makes this genre interesting. Explain the streamer as he explored the traditional design of the most extraction shooters, which prefer to have friction, meaning additional challenges, loot without descriptions, a variety. This is not spelled correctly. I don't trust this website at all. Oh, it's from fucking Dexerto. No, he was talking about here we go. Asmongold claims Bungie's marathon should have bankable female characters to make it more appealing to men. I think that pretty much every single circumstance, it's always a bad idea to make characters that are not conventionally attractive because this is, again, a shooter, and shooter games are primarily going to be played by men. So if you're playing a shooter game that's primarily made for men, then you should make sure that all the female characters in the games are fuckable. And I know this might sound crazy to say it, but I'm just going to say it. That's what you should do. This is from a man who doesn't play shooters. This is from a man who doesn't play shooters. That is not his bag. He is not a shooting man. This is not what he does. He's known for World of Warcraft. And also art direction. This isn't like I don't see people wanting to cosplay as the characters. I don't see people being like really interested in them at all. They're not compelling in any way. So yeah, that's the thing I usually go by. So will the people cosplay these characters? If you are a cosplayer and you look at this fucking art design, you're telling me this does nothing for you. This does nothing. This is nothing. This is nothing. This is some of the coolest art direction I've seen in games in a long time, especially in an extraction shooter. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is cool as shit. And he's like, they have to be attractive. They're robots. They're literally not even human. This is cool. This is a cool design. Someone will absolutely be cosplaying that. Are you insane? Like, and also, first person shooters, no, dude, no one gives a shit. If you play Call of Duty Modern Warfare, you play Infinite Warzone, you play the Warzone fucking Battle Royale game, you're playing Apex. You're not playing these games. You're not playing Tarkov because you want to fuck people. Like, it's such a, he just has bad takes. Ugh. Sorry. And in months that followed, OTK associates like, hey, is it Chunk? Is it Skunk? It's SCHUNK. If it's SCH like school, I'm gonna say Skunk. Face backlash for associating with Hoyt, while big streamers like Senna suggested that Skunk and others should cut ties with him. In 2024, November, another divisive creator who joined OTK in 2021. Oh, Tectone sucks. That still fucking sucks. I do not like that guy at all. I don't know why he's popular at fucking all. He's just a giant incel. I've seen some protein fursuits that look like those characters. Oh yeah, people will absolutely cosplay marathon characters. There's people who are cosplaying Hazel from South of Midnight. And that's not to say it's a bad game at all, but it's not a big, huge, massive game. But if people are cosplaying that, they're gonna cosplay fucking marathon. Are you kidding? And it's weird to say that Bungie doesn't understand the genre. Like, okay, Taito resigned following sexual abuse allegations. When Lara left the company in December, employees said that they hadn't been explicitly warned they were coming, but given the year OTK had endured, some felt it was only a matter of time. The writing was on the wall. The money just kind of dried up, and to protect the other subsidiaries, people had to get let go. But another who added that they remain proud of what the organization was able to accomplish despite all the difficulties. I think we put on some of the best shows ever on Twitch. Wild West, Melee 2 and 3. We put on an anime show that was unlike anything we've ever seen before on Twitch. At this point, OTK's future is uncertain. Hoyt said during a February 2025 broadcast that he was no longer involved with OTK at all, pretty much. He wanted to explain that his extreme and polarizing political content played a major role and that it did indeed make it harder to find sponsors. I also don't want to put anyone else at risk by doing that, he said during the stream. That's why I separated myself, and I didn't want to have anything to do with that. This is the mutual thing, right? And even if it wasn't, I would still agree with them. You're a weird dude. But by that point, a measurable amount of damage had already been done. People had already lost their jobs because, of course. Off topic, but aren't the OG Marathon games free to play on Steam? I don't know. Are they? Marathon game. No, not this game. Come on. Classic Marathon is in fact free. Classic Marathon Infinity, Classic Marathon 2. Yeah, Marathon's free. Yeah, so you guys want to play this old ass games, you can play it. They're like boomer shooters. No, it was like, I guess boomer shoot, but it was like a boomer shoot that had a story. But at that point, people lost their jobs. Following the departure of Hoyt, Campbell, and others, OTK's lineup of owners now looks quite different than it did when it first started. With Asfand, Mizkif, Tips, Nick Pullum, Soda Pop, and the Scott list as owners, while others like variety streamers like Seer and Will Neff are simply content creators under the organization. Hoyt declined to comment on whether or not he's still a stakeholder in the organization. Now OTK is rebuilding. The company is set to host another OTK Expo in May. It might end up looking similar to those previous years as it'll be filmed in the same studio, but the behind the scenes, the latest iteration is leaning on contractors, a few of whom used to be OTK employees, instead of full-time production team. It is unclear how many sponsors the show will be able to attract. The most notable motion out of OTK this year has been the establishment of yet another spin-off, a marketing company called Crossroom Inc. Crossroom, which I never heard of, has already brokered a deal with gambling power Twitch rival Kick to fast-track streamers through the platform's application process. At the end of the day, Kick has the cash, OTK needs it, said the OTK employee. Which I get, but also Kick is fucking... Oh, that's a whole other can of worms. We could change the economy both in front and behind the camera. Just know that we're trying to make changes to make OTK a better org, and you'll probably hear more about that in future. The immediate future. Neff, who joined OTK in 2024, said during a stream in February. And if we can't make it a better place, if we can't make it a happier, healthier place, then I'll have to reevaluate where I stand. During a March stream, this is Miskip, downplayed both his role and what remains of OTK and OTK as a whole. We don't do anything, he said in response to a viewer questioning about whether he'd stick around following Hoyt's departure. Why would I leave? For what? another org. There's no point. I think O2K is just more so a group of content creators nowadays, more so than anything, more so than it is anything else. It's not really an org. That's a crazy fucking way to say that, though, right? Like, this isn't an organization. We're not an org. And you just read how they want to put on another show in May, another expo, but we're not an organization. We're just a bunch of streamers. This fits with the changing economics of live stream events, where once organizations like OTK, as well as Ludwig's off-brand, signaled the rise of Twitch meta built around glitzy production reality, known primarily for its harshness and pretty much nothing else, had other plans. Off-brand productions launched in 2022, and it closed down, yeah. People worked hard and made amazing content. We failed to make the events business sustainable. Off-brand at the time, former OTK employees couldn't help but feel sympathy pangs. You even saw off-brand. They tried to give it an entire go, and they ran into the same thing, said one ex-employee. I know the exact feeling that they felt. A lot of brands got smarter too. They realized, cool, you guys are pulling in a lot of viewers, but it's just not the same. The conversion isn't there for a lot of the brands. Skyrocketing viewership numbers, brands have come to realize look nice, but in the world of live streaming, big isn't better. Does it really help that Asmongold is the one trying to market a cute, cozy indie game, or that Tech One is the one trying to sell a PC? Maybe it does for the first 6 months, said a former OTK employee, but beyond that, it's probably more harmful than it is helpful. So yeah, kind of like what I was talking about way earlier in this section, this stream, which will eventually be video. That shit doesn't really have a good conversion, because look at the audience you're trying to capture. Asmongold trying to market a cute indie game when he just went on his 20th rant about why DEI is killing games and how Palestinians should be, thrown off buildings. Yeah, that's not probably going to sell the cozy game. Right? It's like Subway. Jared Fogle, if you guys remember him. Right? He was the brand. He was literally the guy for Subway. He was their Here. Let's go down memory lane. You guys remember him? This is Jared Fogle. He was a spokesperson for Subway from from 2000 to 2015. So 15 years. He was their guy. So everyone was like, oh yeah, Jared from Subway, Jared from Subway. This Jared from Subway, Jared from Subway, right? And then he got an FBI investigation looking to see Sam, and got locked up for 15 years. Which means I think he's eligible, and so he'll be out in 5 years. And it's 15 years and 8 months in prison. So then Subway had to quickly distance themselves from that. But imagine after he gets, got, and there's an ad with Jared Fogle and he's selling Subway. It's probably not going to move the numbers you want. In fact, it might hurt your sales. Waiting for Asmon's response to the RFG autism rant. His followers are probably call it based, and Asmon will agree. I mean, yeah, because his followers are dumbasses. RFK, if you guys know what I'm talking about, the RFK Jr. had a rant about how people who basically he treats autism as if it's his terminal disease or this extremely debilitating condition, no matter the severity of it. And he's talking about how people with autism will never accomplish shit. They won't, maybe I can just find it here. RFK. Oh, autism. First thing there. So here we go. Here's this
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s controversial new comments on autism.
At his first news conference as health secretary, Kennedy addressed the CDC's latest report on the rising number of children being diagnosed with autism. And Thompson has the latest.
Some of the key numbers.
Speaking for nearly 30 minutes.
Wait, shut up.
Environmental exposure.
The report released Tuesday says 1 in 31 8-year-olds were identified with autism spectrum disorder in 2022, up from 1 in 36 in 2020. RFK Jr. discounting the CDC's own previous finding that genetic predisposition is a risk factor in developing autism, and doubling down on his assertion that it's an epidemic.
Genes do not cause epidemics. You need an environmental toxin.
Dr. Zach Warren is one of the authors of the CDC report.
We have data that a certain percentage of some types of autism can be clearly explained by genetic differences. We have other evidence suggesting that actually it's the complex interplay of environmental factors.
RFK Jr.'s bleak description of people living with autism causing outrage.
Autism destroys families. These are kids who will never pay taxes.
I'm sorry for laughing, but obviously that's wrong, right? But imagine, let's imagine a world in which RFK Jr. was correct. His first thought was, this destroys family. I mean, think about it. They'll never pay taxes. They'll only just eat chicken nuggets all the time. They'll just look at trains, and it's like, buddy, what are you talking about?
They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date.
Like, what the fuck? You've never? I don't think RFK Jr. has interacted with an autistic person at all. Unless the only autistic person he's interacting with is Elon Musk. I don't think he understands that it's a spectrum disorder. So, like, people can have a multitude of diagnoses underneath the umbrella of autism, but if they could still find love. There's a whole show called Love on the Spectrum. They have jobs. I work with people who are autistic. Like, I literally, my boss is autistic, and she lets me know this all the time. Like, it's insane. It is insane. He thinks autism is like just the most extreme amount, which is, people who have who are high support needs, so it's like typically they are nonverbal, physically aggressive. They might engage in self-harming, self-injurious behavior, stuff like that too. But that's not the only version of autism. Yeah, like, exactly. Like, you just make accommodations for people. This was like if he'd be saying like imagine if he was talking about the cold. And I know it sounds weird to say, but the cold has a wide variety of effects it has on people. For a lot of people, it's just, I'm sniffly and I cough. Some people end up in the hospital. Some people die from the flu. People die from the flu every year. But imagine if he was just like, oh, you got the flu, well, that's terminal, right? Like that's, if you're not understanding why what he's saying is insane, imagine that same logic applied to like the flu. Like, that's insanity. That is pure insanity. Not paying taxes, not going on dates, not playing baseball. I didn't play baseball. Does that make me autistic? Like, I'm not going to write poems. I'm positive there are so many autistic poets throughout history.
And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children, and we need to put an end to it.
It is demeaning, it is dehumanizing, and it is flat out wrong.
Sam Branson has a PhD in physics and is an autism researcher. He and his 7-year-old son both have autism.
I think a lot of autistic people have quite a bit too.
Wait, he has a son? That can't work, because that means he had to have relationships with a woman. And RFK Jr. said autistic people can't date. So, yes, accommodations and acceptance. I work with the autistic community, so I'm very familiar with all this stuff, which is why it's insane to hear someone be like, they will never do these things, they will never have. It's like, yes, there are some people who are extremely impacted and don't have the support where they could lead a life that would, you know, involve them going out on dates, but they're also not motivated to go out on dates. But like, you could say the same thing about someone who's just a NEET or an incel, right? Like, we're not doing this for incels, but like, it's fucking wild to say. I cannot put into enough words how insane this is.
Contribute to the world.
Kennedy says he plans to provide more autism data in real time, adding that he'll direct resources to studying environmental factors, exposures, and external factors.
And that's where we're going to find the answer.
And like, just from a science standpoint,
Cruz will never destroy anything. He is my driving force. Exactly. He is the light of my life. So like, I just
holy shit. Brittany from Vanderpump has a son. I don't know why she's playing, but we went way off topic. We're talking about, you guys are triggering my ADHD so hard. We were talking about this. RFK Jr. squishes his chest together when Wayne low-cut teased him press Trump. What the fuck? No, but yes, that is an insane thing. It is insane. It's insane. Yes, we were doing a whole article. You guys were not helping my ADHD at fucking all. What was I talking about? I have it highlighted, but I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, it's getting bad today. Oh, Jared Fogle. Yes. Some ex-OTK employees think we've already caught a glimpse of the future. Events are thriving on Twitch, but in some ways, the new breed harkens back more to the low-budget looking chaos of OTK's earlier content than to the productions of the ad TK era. Kai Cenat, a streamer so popular that he's crossed over into mainstream, made his name on video game marathons that required little more than a few cameras in the room. Admittedly, as he's grown, he's loaded up his approach with high-budget commercials and mind-boggling deep roster of celebrities, but others have applied a more modest version format to impressive success. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the whole thing. But like, also, like, because you still have creators like Queso and shit like that too, but I think the overall environment on Twitch is, if you are starting out, you gotta have an audience already somewhere. And I don't think organizations really are helpful. Like, if you get big and then you have an org, fine. But like, if you start with an org, and like, I don't think it works anymore. I look at organizations kind of like how on YouTube there was a bunch of like content houses, or, you know, what the fuck was that called? MCNs, multi-channel networks. Asmongold is recommended. Didn't mean to disrobe the stream, buddy. I do it on myself. I derail my shit all the time. Like, we haven't even gotten to like my usual grifter check-in because I've been all over the goddamn place. No more articles. Someone's gonna look at this stream and be like, why the fuck is he Jared Fogle? And then RFK autism. It's been a fun stream so far. Hey, that's all I need. As long as it's fun, we can keep doing this. I don't think I'm a really good streamer. I think I don't have anything prepared ever, and I think I do, and then I will forget what I was talking about, and then I'm just like, you guys are just seeing me do what I normally do on the internet, but not in dead silence. Like, if you want to see how I am when I'm just looking online, I'm just like this. Oh, that's weird. Interesting. Like that's literally the idea. Like I'm a yapper for sure, but if I'm not talking to someone or if I'm not streaming, I am extremely quiet. Like even with my girlfriend, like I will just be like, and I'll immediately change topics. For yapping streams, well, you're in luck. You are in luck. I used to, since it's just you guys in here, you're not going to tell me one of these things. I can trust you guys. I used to be really, 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 really obsessed with like the numbers when it's streaming. Like I thought I would turn on my camera and then I had like 1,000 subscribers and I would have like 500 people on my streams. And then I would stream and like 3 people would show up. And so I would get like, do I pretend that no one's here and I do whatever? Or do I pretend that 1,000,000 people are here and I pretend I'm high energy? And then eventually I would just have executive dysfunction. I would just go like this. So you'd click on my stream and I would just be usually playing a game. So I'd just be like, and you see like one person watching your shit on Twitch and it's like, oh, hey. And then it's like, click here for free follows or whatever. It's like, oh, thanks, Spambot. Never go away, Spambot. I love you so much. Always there for me on Twitch. Another Slider stream. I just went through that on the Hasbro Hotel VR chat. Hasbro Hotel has a VR chat. I don't even want to even know what goes on those chat rooms. I already know it's going to be disgusting. All right, we're going to do a hard pivot. My girlfriend tells me I don't warm people enough and I just change conversations. So we're going to do a hard pivot. You guys have to be familiar with what's happening with the Smash JT and Alyssa lawsuit. Like I covered that before, right? You've definitely seen me cover this. It's literally like right here, 2 months ago. I covered it. 20-minute video. A couple of you guys saw it. You know I've covered this before. This isn't completely out of left field. This is things I've covered before. I've covered Smash AC a couple of times on this channel. Mostly in the span of like a month though. But I don't like to cover in the same guys too much. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I did him before this. No, not directly. This one video I directly called him out because he was wrong. But so he's being sued, rightfully so. And so I've been keeping up with the lawsuit. And there's been some developments. And so this is, mind you, this is like a 70-something page document. We're not going to go over the entire document. Yeah, it's like almost 80 pages. But to give you some perspective, Alyssa's suing him because he's just being a harassing piece of shit. And just to give you perspective, the evidence, like the visual evidence, starts from like page 19 and goes all the way to page 77. So it's huge. It's a lot of stuff. But this is the main document. And then what they had posted, though, was an amendment. This is the main document. The amendment's not that fucking long. you guys want to read it, it's court listener. You just type in the name Mercante v. Tarzia, and you'll get all this stuff. But what I want to go to is this right here. So this is the part of the amendment filing. 136. Tarzia posted his Discord name under Smash JT with a profile picture of the logo he uses for his website and YouTube channel. On information and belief, only people with a paid subscription to Smash JT's YouTube channel are able to access the Smash JT Discord. Tarzia's fans and followers frequently discuss Mercante in Smash JT's Discord, including their plans to bully, harass, and sick trolls on her. Yes, bullying is good. We bully bad people like Alyssa Mercante. Let's have a Discord. We can sick trolls on her. And then it gets worse. Tarzia's fans have also openly discussed their plans to target, harass members of Mercante's family. We need to search the archives for the marriage certificate for Alyssa's failed marriage and find the dude. Tarzia acknowledges that his targeted harassment of Mercante is very profitable when one of his followers told him she's like a content mine. Tomorrow, Mercante tonight, which is what they always call her. She's like a gold mine, and he picked up that, right? What's ironic about this is he was accusing Alyssa of creating a Discord specifically to do the shit he is actually literally doing to her. Because everything they do is a projection. That is the right-wing conservative playbook. What they accuse is what they're doing. And so, like, even, I think actually it is part of this right here. Yeah, this is insane. Like, as you guys know, like they're trying to come for her and make it seem like Alyssa's insane and she's obsessed and she's all this and she's all that. I want you to look at this part, okay? We're zooming in. He took a screenshot of her and altered it. The dude says he'll screenshot people to get them banished from the industry, but let's this fly. I don't even know what the line is. So he took an altered photo of her that reads, "Hi, you can't be racist against white people. Thanks for tuning in," which is true. And then this was the real picture she had. So he took an obviously edited photo and used that because he's obsessed with her. Because that's his meal ticket. Tarzia knew the statement contained on the shirt was false and is republished it anyway as part of his pattern of or practice of publishing statements he knows to be false with the intent to harm Mercante. Tarzia also comments on Mercante's raising money for a trans life charity, claiming that the charity itself was a scam and an iceberg of hidden criminal activity, which is obviously wrong. Hey, look, right on cue. The Twitch bot. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Remove the space. Twitch viewer. Thank you, Twitch spam bot, for never letting me down. Always there for me. Like holy shit, dude. Like, he just lies. And then the best part is that he concedes that she's not a public figure, so all the shit that he's doing is not protected. He's not criticizing like an official, like a politician or anything like that. He's doing this to a private person. While ordinary prudence would caution a litigant and his counsel not to speak publicly regarding an ongoing case, Tarzia's counsel, Ronald D. Coleman, have no qualms on multiple length public streams discussing the case, litigation strategy, and other post material. On the stream of January 20th, 2025, Tarzia and Coleman were discussing whether Alyssa would be considered a public figure and thus would have to prove actual malice to obtain relief for Tarzia's defamation of Mercante. Within that stream, Coleman dismissed the idea that Mercante achieved the sort of notoriety, even within video game journalism circles, that is typically required to be considered important enough to be a public figure. Coleman stated that the plaintiff here is not, even though she's an activist with some respect to certain causes, she's not particularly prominent in that area, video game journalism herself, you know. Coleman admitted that Mercante had not achieved the sort of prominence required for her to be even a limited purpose public figure. Like, this is his fucking lawyer. This is his lawyer saying this. The guy he's paying to defend him on stream, who shouldn't even be on stream with him, is saying that, yeah, dude, the person who our whole defense rests on the fact that she's a public figure, is definitely not a public figure. Like, this is the level. Like, this is where they're at, you guys. Like, this is the level. I want to make this bigger, but I can't for some reason. Like, I have to like download it. But like, oh, can I just do that? Yeah. Oh yeah, I can. I'm an idiot. But just this whole document is it's just it is and the thing is too is she didn't pursue legal shit until we get to here. This is page 31. Tarjay crosses the line. Tarjay's false claims about Mercante when he calls her a prostitute, which is illegal in the state of New York. This is item 143. So all this other shit was happening prior to her actually filing a lawsuit. All of this was happening prior to that. Like, fucking insane. This is the man who's married with children, and he's so obsessed with this one woman online. And then you have like his loser friends like Grumps just saying, "Oh, she's doxing. She's doxed him in a fucking public filed document." That's not a dox, dude. Like, look, and this is part of the reason why I have a whole series when I literally titled "Grifters and Their Influences." Because look at this shit. This is part they're arguing about how he is perpetuating an ecosystem that does harm towards her. Tarjay's followers echoes what he says. They create their own set of videos amplifying what Tarjay says while stoking harassment, rape and death threats, and the like. If Tarjay were to claim, the claim will reappear substantially unchanged downstream of him in one of his videos amplifying and continuing his harassment. It does not appear that any of Tarjay's downstream commenters edit or verify his claims. The downstream claims will often contain the same minor mistakes and errors in words that Tarjay claims to maintain. These false statements serve as a kind of mount weasel. They identify the ultimate source of information. All of this is Tarjay's intent and by Tarjay's design. This ecosystem would not exist but for Tarjay's campaign. This ecosystem leads to rape threats, death threats, and unlawful harassment. Prominent inhabitants of Tarjay's ecosystem include Brooklyn, New York-based Selma Adorno, who posts her YouTube channel, Toasty with the Most 69. Jamesville, New York-based content creator Luis Testone Jr., who posts on the YouTube channel Revy Says Des. Atlanta, Georgia-based gaming influencer Montrevious Dukes, who posts on this YouTube channel. Does she not have a YouTube channel? And it's at San Antonio, Texas-based gaming influencer Eric Perez, who posts on the YouTube channel 8-Bit Eric. So this part right here is what they're calling doxing. This is a dox. This does not meet the criteria of doxing at all. Like, not even a little bit. Yes, this is all public info. hold on. So. Yeah, so like none of this is the docs. Downstream YouTubers who follow Tarja's lead, Adorno and Dukes, will often incorporate the exact same statements made by Tarja in their videos' titles, capitalizing off Tarja's notoriety. Examples of these mount weasels are Adorno's version from March 14th, 2025, entitled Alyssa Mercante Will Not Stop. Adorno's stream from March 12th, 2025, entitled Alyssa Mercante Wants to Be Smash JT's Editor. And Duke's video from March 14th, 2025, entitled Alyssa Mercante is seething over YouTubers roasting her. She is spiraling. This is, I think Dukes is that Atreus dude. I think, hold on, let me see. March 14, 2025. So I think it's like Atreus. Is that him? Let's see. We search his channel. Type in Alyssa. Yep. Yep. Yeah, this is him. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. For 10 months? For 10 months, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Dear Alyssa Mercante, as long as you keep talking, we will keep roasting your ass. And now your ass is mentioned. And by the way, he says ass. He keeps putting what they do is they keep posting photos of her ass literally in every thumbnail that they possibly can. Like, it's weird to be like, she's so gross and disgusting, all this stuff, and then you have so many fucking photos of her that you have had to have gone on her social media to find. Smash JT cheating on his wife for Alyssa Mercante. This is you can literally get sued for this. I mean, these guys are fucking dumbasses. Holy shit! Do they know nothing? You can't make claims like this, especially if one person's in a relationship, and that can hurt. Like, these guys are fucking. And not just this one guy. If we go to, what's her name? Toasty with the Mosty? 69 or some shit, right? If we just look at her videos. Alyssa. We have Alyssa. You have Alyssa, 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 you have Alyssa. That just says shut up, Alyssa. You have Alyssa. You have, guess what? Alyssa, Alyssa, Alyssa. Alyssa, Alyssa. Alyssa, 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 Alyssa. She did this video twice, which is weird. Alyssa again. Like, these people are fucking like, no wonder, dude. These people are fucking obsessed. And what's crazy to me too is they won't talk about Sinners, dude, because Sinners is banger. They won't talk about it because it's doing good. But what's funny to me is they talk about her so much, and their shit's not popping off at fucking all. Like, these are the downstream content creators, right? And it's like, their shit's not popping. Like, again, like they stated, Alicia's not this public figure that everyone cares about. So it's crazy to make so many videos about her. Especially like the most recent one she did about her was 8 days ago. Insane. Like, these are not, listen, if you're gonna eventually see this, Toshi, these are not topics people give a shit about. Like, I'm not a view hog, but at some point you do have to look at the views and the effort you're putting into it. And it's like 400 people, you have 2,000 subscribers, 400 people watch your video by Hypnotic and YouTube Strike. Like, Alyssa Mercante hates Hispanics and Latinos. Like, no, 431 people. Less people care. Former Kotaku joins Pop says Smash AT's chat. 319 people. Like, no one cares about this. It's insane. The same day, Luis Testone Jr. posted a video titled Alyssa Mercante and Sweet Baby CEO caught scrubbing Twitter accounts as Smash JT lost it. Holy shit. First off, these titles are some of the mouthiest, like, least digestible titles out there. Look how long this is. It's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 words. Interesting. With 14 words and a YouTube title, you know how ugly that looks? It looks like this shit. Where it's just like, hey, here's the entire video right here. Like, here's the entire video right here. What's happened in this video? Oh, Alyssa Mercante is having a meltdown. Alyssa Mercante is the actual racist she wants you to believe you are. Alyssa Mercante went woke, and now she confirms she went broke, which is hilarious because he was also talking about how his views aren't popping off, and he doesn't know why to help him out. Alyssa Mercante's latest response to her lawsuit potentially being dismissed is delusional. The only thing delusional is thinking a title like that will be an attention grabber. Like, holy shit. You don't want to tell people what the entire video is about. Like, you just want to tease. This is the equivalent of the One Piece titles where it's just like, this character dies. Like, oh, okay. Guess I know what happens this week. And just hours later, Montrevious Dukes published a video titled Alyssa Mercante and Black Immigrants Caught Deleting Evidence Ninja Casts with Atreus. Again, repeating the same false claims. Not to be outdone, Eric Perez published a video the very next day titled Alyssa Mercante Caught Deleting Tweets, Lawsuit Implicated, restating the identical false claims. It's so funny that now, like, legally, we can say that these people do not think for themselves and they just regurgitate. They need their talking points told to them to the point where they have been documented saying the exact same information because all they do is wait for one of them to pick a target and they just do no research, they do no fact checkers, and they just run with it. Yes, because go woke, go broke is just rhymes, but it's not true. The claim that Mercante deleted anything grew out of Target's disingenuous presentation of some data he found. Mercante didn't delete anything. Rather, after the 2024 presidential election, a large number of people deleted their Twitter accounts, and 30 days later, those accounts deletions became permanent and their tweets went away. When that happened, Mercante's own retweets of those tweets also disappeared. In public data sources which track the total number of tweets from a given account, this appeared as a substantial drop in the total tweet count for Mercante and virtually anyone else a user cared to look up. Target essentially presented this drop as though it were evidence of exploitation, of exploitation. I don't know what that means. As relevant here, however, the repetition of the misguided claim with substantially identical wording and framing and without any independent replication or thought exactly is part and parcel of how Tar's ecosystem functions to jump at whatever he says. So again, the lawyer just put it in legal terms that these motherfuckers do not do any research and will just jump on anything and run with it because they are grifters, you see. And they're such grifters that you have legal evidence of them grifting. The time I was being crying as a grifter, crying for all this content views on video games and yelling at, like literally that. You want to see something? And we'll come back to this. People yelling about DEI stuff. This is Sean Gauss. They are making this game called Here Tell of a Haunting. It stars a woman, her, as a sheriff. And they wrote, I find it hilarious that Asmongold's Twitch chat couldn't decide if my game was woke or DEI or not because the protagonist is attractive. Like, on the left side, DEI slop. Oh yes, all those women sheriffs back in 1897. DEI first person shooter, DEI oh boy straight woke woman, DEI yep female sheriffs in 1897 laughing, DEI Red Dead Redemption. And then on the right side, big boobs, not DEI. Don't feel like DEI nice. It's not DEI yet. Wait, looks good. This could be good. She's hot, so no, it's not DEI. She's not ugly. Let's go. Mommy, hot woman. Middle, dumbasses in chat can't decide if it's DEI because it's a woman, but she's hot. This is the perfect distillation of these morons. Not a single brain cell. And then you go back to this court document and you see it also in action. On January 11th, Target published a video to his Smash AT channel saying, titled, Adam Sessler thinks Elizabeth Conte is too crazy. Within hours, Eric Perez has published a video on his YouTube channel titled, Adam Sessler destroys Elizabeth Conte, too crazy, easing for him. Do you know how bad of a content creator, how much of a this is, you know that meme where they're like, oh, you're copying someone's homework, but change it up a little bit? This is that, but done worse. Within hours. So Eric was just waiting for Smash JT to post anything about Alyssa, and then he does his video. And what I've always said is this just cannibalizes your own views because you're just repeating information that they could get from the other account. And they don't seem to understand it, and then they wonder why their views struggle. Let's go to 8-Bit Eric's. I don't want to, but like whatever. 8-Bit Eric. This is an account with 93,000 subscribers. For comparison, we'll go to my page, where I have only 4,000. Right? So within, let's just say the last month, my views are this. From 1 month ago, 1.8, 1.9, 1.4, 1.1, 3.7, 396, 422, 522, 1.2, 970, 1.2, 1.2. Those are my views, having 4,000 followers. In the same period, well, he posts much videos way more frequently than I do. But we have, mind you, he has 93,000. 2.7, 2.7, 788, 1.1, 1.4, 632, 2K, 2.6, 1.4, 1.4, 2.3, 1.2, 1.2, 2.6, 3.7, 2.2, 2.4, 1.9, 2.6, 1.1, 3.7, 865, 1.2, 986, 801, 671, 842, and 559. Now, obviously, you need to tap down your output just for starters. But this guy has what 20 around over 20 times the amount of followers I have, and yet we are essentially equal in views, though my ratio is much higher. My sub to view ratio, which is the metric I always go by. If I have 4,000 people and like 2,000 checking in, 3,000 check in, that's pretty good. He has 90,000, and this last month he's never even gotten over what, 2K? I see some 4s, some 6s, but he should be at the very least, if we're doing equal ratios, he should be getting like at least 40,000 views. Like his most popular shit's from years ago. This is probably before the grift. Yes, it is. None of his most popular videos have anything to do with grifting. Like, look at this. This is like 570,000K 9 years ago. But let's look at the views. 500K, 200K, 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 190K, 181K, 154K, 126K. What? These are good views. And then the grift happens and it's 89K 6 months ago. 86K views 7 years ago. The video he posted 7 years ago, it only has 3,000 less views than the video he posted 6 months ago. Like the grift shit doesn't work. Streamer ruins her life over Stella Bears and it's Denims, who's been popping off like crazy. But it's like, again, none of this shit works. And even that's probably why he's even switching to just go and talk about other stuff. But the problem here now is, 8-Bit Eric, you've been doing grifting shit for such a long time that you can't step out of it. Like, look at this. Marathon looks awful. Sony's next Concord style failure. And then your next video about Marathon, which is the same game, but you didn't talk about it being Concord, not even 1,000 views. Not even 1,000 views. When you're heading on Death Stranding, baby mode. Talking about the Switch, not even 1,000 views. Like, this is a hell of your own making. Yeah, they all have the same content. I find it so weird that these guys have to tag each other. Yes, they have to tag each other to harass her and other people because they ain't got no motion. In fact, I think I said that shit. Like I think I literally said that. I wrote they ain't got no motion. Look how jacked I am. With biceps. But yeah, I was like, yeah. Nothing's funnier than the fact that they have to tag all losers they know because they have no motion. They don't. It's such bitch shit to have to do. Look at how many of these losers they tagged. Like, look at that. Smash JT, at Hypnotic, Minimum Effort Live, Ryan, Will of the Fans, Both the Word, Kung Fu, Toasty Mostly, Lasting Caesar, Wolf, Dr. Pikachu, Drexel, J Viper TV, Data God, Cajun, Killer Too Short, Griff God, 8-Bit Eric, Master of TDS, Yellow Flash. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's 20 people. That's 20 people they had to tag on a post that got 11 likes. 20 people, 11 likes. Like, people got no motion. They got no motion. It's insane. It's insane. They ain't got nothing. Fun fact, leftover streamers are getting popular and beating right media recently. Among them is Luke Beasley, Adam Mockler, Hassan, and Denims. I know Hassan and Denims. I follow their stuff. But like, it's, yeah, like, it's, but imagine having such little creativity that you get named in a lawsuit for being so unoriginal, you're considered a downstream content creator. Like, this is all flowing from Jeff Target, who's being sued, but you're such a little parasite that they mentioned you here. Like, this whole section is about them. And they talk about, to date, Alyssa has received more than 1,000 death, rape, and other vicious threats of harassment. And then they go into, I'm not going to go into detail that, but it's like, this is all like that. Just, when Target publishes a new video or other posts attacking Mercante, harassment increases. When Target does not, it decreases. Target's harassment is relentless. He publishes a video article about Alyssa Mercante every 3.5 days on average, and sometimes as much as 5 to 6 days in a row. I repeat, every 3.5 days on average, and sometimes as much as 5 or 6 days in a row on Alyssa. That's, and what he also does too is he has fucking literally right now. Literally right now. Oh, and who's on the fucking stream? Who's on the stream? Who's on the fucking stream? 8-Bit Eric. Toasty with the mosty. This shit writes itself. This shit writes itself. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. And you know they're trying to be like, no, that's not what's happening. That's not it. That's not it. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny, dude. And he's gonna try to make it seem like, oh, so now I have a bunch of people under my control. I don't control you guys. But look, like it's so funny because you look at their videos, you can tell like when they talk about other shit, no one cares. 27,000 views, no one cares. Nintendo, 42,000 views. Being me about Smash again. If I just type in, I'm sure if I just type in like Alyssa Mercante or some shit in his, like if I just do Alyssa, and it probably wouldn't be most of it. Yeah, because it jumps around by months. But think about it this way. Think of it like this. This is jumping around through months. Like it starts at today and then 4 months ago. We know he's posting more shit in between those months. But just typing her name on his account, we have, well, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 50. So like 57 videos just with her mentioned in it, just 57 videos. What do you her last name? adds a bit more. Adds a bit more. But yeah, this is, again, just typing this person's name here. In fact, if you type in Kotaku, she probably shows up a lot too. Yeah, this is so. Cam Girl's unhinged defenses, unhinged LF Girl claims defenses of content. Like, yeah, this is fucking, like, bro. And they're saying, on average, every 3.5 days. So at minimum, you're looking at like 2.5 videos a week. The only substantive relief from charges of harassment came from a period of approximately 3 weeks in September, when he briefly ceased publishing videos about Mercante after she sent him a C&D. When he stopped publishing videos about articles about Alyssa, the harassment she received decreased substantially. When he resumed his previous practices of publishing videos and articles about her, the amount of harassment Mercante received returned to its previous fever pitch. So there's a direct correlation. And I cannot stress this enough. No matter what these fucking lying losers say, all of this was started because she did an article telling people what Sweet Baby Inc. did. This is literally where it all started. Those dumbasses are going to say, no, it's because she doxed him and went to his wife. It's like, she didn't fucking dox him. And she only DM'd his wife to tell her the behavior he was engaging in after all of this shit was happening. This is all prior. This is all prior to September. And she sent him a cease and desist. So she warned him, essentially, stop doing this. And he kept doing it. Like, this isn't like anything that makes any logical sense. He's just obsessed with her. And because he can make money off of her because he has no fucking job, this is what he does. And here we go. He uses her images to advertise his channel. His career as influencer, Tarza earns his income from the videos he records, produces, and uploads. Okay, we know how YouTube works, right? They're explaining how he uses her likeness to draw clicks to his videos, and that he's used it a bunch of times. Tarza has used Mercante's likeness in thumbnails for videos on his channel no fewer than 37 times since March 13th. Tarja has used Mercante's name in thumbnails for Tarza videos on Smash JT's YouTube channel no fewer than 25 times. And he's neither sought nor received Mercante's consent in any form used likeness for her name. Tarja's unauthorized use of Mercante's likeness and name has proved lucrative for him. Accompanying the tweet was an image of a line graph rising over time from just under 19,000 at the beginning of 2024 to nearly 57,000 at the time the image was captured, with a sharp increase in his rate of growth beginning in approximately late March of 2024. On information and belief, the certain activist reference in Tarja's tweet was Mercante. On information and belief, the graph which accompanied the tweet was a demonstration of the lifetime subscriber count of Smash JT's YouTube channel, showing an increase of nearly 40,000 between March 2024 and September, which obviously is around the time when he started harassing her. Yeah, it is fucked up what they're doing. And all this because he has no talent whatsoever. He doesn't have a job, so he has to do this. Instead of being interesting and insightful and talking about your passions, he has to be a harassing piece of shit. And like, yeah, they see this as a win, mind you. These losers on his side see her losing her job over this as a win, as a good thing. Because they want to protect the gaming. And guess what? They didn't stop at there. She hasn't worked at Kotaku for a while. And they still follow her around. They still make posts about her, talking about how, oh, she can't find a job. LOL, this is so funny. Like, these people are malicious fucking losers. And I have zero sympathy for any of these guys. This is just talking about how like now like the harassment's going far beyond her. Like it's all of this again because you have these fragile ass bitch ass fucking losers who couldn't understand what a fucking consulting company did, and then they just started all this Gamergate 2.0 bullshit. Ultimately, Alyssa's behavior continues to reveal true colors. She's not in the industry to champion games to support gamers. She's here to push her own activism, and Hassan is just another tool for her to do so. It's an insane thing to think that Alyssa is using Hassan to push her activism as if Hassan isn't the biggest leftist political streamer on Twitch. Like, trash platform, trash people who are what? Yeah, unfortunately, this is the state of YouTube, where you can just really the state of the world, especially online creation, where if you're just a negative piece of shit, you get attention. I like this. Everyone to utilize the misfortune of others to prop himself up. Tarjay glowed that Mercante leaving a talking was a victory for his side, since he believes, hypocritically, that video game journalists should stick to pure game analysis and avoid dives into socio-political commentary as it polarizes their readership. This is from someone who has no brain. This is from someone who doesn't know what the fuck journalism actually is. What is pure game analysis? If my game is BioShock, am I not supposed to talk about the obvious political tones in it? Am I just supposed to say BioShock shoots feels bad? In BioShock, you play person, go down to the city called Rapture, no biblical elements at all. I play BioShock Infinite. I don't know what racism is. I don't understand this because I just do pure game. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There is no analysis worth a damn that is strictly through one lens. That's not an analysis. That's being myopic. We're watching a movie. The director, the writers put things in there. They put themes, multiple themes that you can interpret. That gives you a deep understanding of the medium, which is why people fucking like watching movies and reading books. There is no like even if someone's like a sports journalist, they don't just say, oh man, the guys didn't score enough points and they lost. They talk about the stories building up to that. They might even mention the fact that this person previously lost a loved one and that could affect their mental. There is no just pure analysis. Exactly. It's like people are humans and opinions, and reviews are actually the opinions of people. And when they talk about things from a political standpoint, they're letting you know what's informing their views on this review of this game. Fucking moron. And then right here, despite Tarjay himself engaging in divisive socio-political commentary, he believes that there is a space in video game commentary community for voices like his, but not voices like Mercante's, for which he has stated he will always call out. As said above, Tarjay's form of calling out, among other things, always includes, to use his words, intentionally invoking a person's name and identity serves as a calculated strategy to incite followers and outsource the tasks of doxing. What I would hate to be Alyssa's lawyer only because Jeff does so many fucking stupid things that you have to sit there and catalog. Because mind you, we are on line item 262 of page 51 out of 79. And this is the amended version. This is the amended. And like just think of this part. Just think of this part. On September 26, 2024, just after receiving a retraction request from Mercante's counsel, Tarjay posted false statements regarding the attorney who signed the request on her behalf to his Twitter timeline, falsely claiming that her counsel did not work at the firm he claimed. Tarjay further intimated that Mercante's counsel had quite the reputation in the legal industry, but did not elaborate further. Even after another commenter points out that this was easily verifiable that Mercante's counsel worked for the firm identified on the demand letter, Tarzan refused to amend or take down his post or provide clarification regarding his statements regarding reputation. After Mercante's departure from position Kotaku, Tarzan reported on the matter breathlessly, without pausing to check his sources or avoid spreading further unfounded speculations about Mercante's plans, such as allegedly going to work for Sweet Baby Inc. Like, this guy's a fucking moron. Like, you're a moron. November 7th, my birthday. Alyssa is traveling to this area right now, potentially interviewing language at Sleeper Inc. or Compulsion Games. This would line up with how she ran yellow journalism defense for Sleeper Inc. from the jump. It's one big corrupt club, and we see right through it. You don't see through shit with your fucking rat eyes, bro. I like how the choices are. She's going for a job at Compulsion's game. Why would she be working at a game studio? You don't think maybe it has to do with the fact that they were working on a game and they wanted coverage on it? The game I will be completing on, this channel. Like, it's just the dumbest person. Even when corrected about her plans, Tarzan implied that he was in possession of facts which he refused to disclose in an attempt to substantiate his claim, which is their go-to, right? I have an insider at Ubisoft. I have an insider at, this one company that I still didn't start talking about, and they told me that their uncle who works for Nintendo is saying Hollow Knight Silksong's definitely coming out this year. Like, and his source, master of the TDS, can't confirm there have been no talks at SBI to have Alicia come on board. I've heard rumors saying the exact opposite. Something is happening there. Hey, you're wrong. Really? Because I've heard I wasn't. I sent a conspiracy theory. However, Tarzan is not simply immune to telling the truth or correcting the record when it serves to increase the harassment of his victims. When rumors began to spread that Tarzan had a post on a sexually explicit website, Tarzan pointed out the person perpetrating the hoax did so knowing it was false and bemoaning the amount of harassment he received. When the author of the hoax confessed, Tarzan's response was that simple, "I am sorry" would have sufficed. Oh yeah, dude, because that's what he did. He did that. Oh, this is what Andy wrote. Yeah, I'll delete it because I'm not a complete piece of. I'll delete it because I'm not a complete piece of shit. Only about 9% when it comes to dealing with you all. Sorry you were harassed. I know you'd never bother or attack anybody on this website. And then you have the loser fucking grums. Given his refused offer of content the same courtesy when it was requested, this statement is revealing. Oh my God, there is. On or about September 30th, on the Valiant Renegade stream with Tarzan and his counsel Ron Coleman. Why are you going on streams with your client? Tarzan lied about not knowing Mercante and misrepresenting his history with her. Tarzan claimed that it was Mercante who approached him after he began his Kotaku campaign when, as shown above, Tarzan had already targeted articles written by Mercante and called her out by name. Tarzan repeated the same lies on another live stream with Coleman on October 1st. Tarzan also frequently shares a manipulated image of Mercante in a t-shirt, but claims that the image has not been altered from the original. However, the original image of Mercante does not include the image in the slogans. This is what we saw before. Yeah. Like, how? And it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Like, this is. During a live stream, Tarzan recounted the substance of his conversation with his attorney, saying, "I talked to Ron, for those that missed it, and he gave it a glance over, was like, yeah, there's that. They have nothing here. He's like, this is made for a slap law. Like, this is why anti-slap laws exist. Is ridiculous, frivolous lawsuits like this. Like, in Ron's opinion, he felt like there was something greater at play here, because he's like, this is not even a lawsuit. He's like, I'm never like, I don't think, he said, I've never seen anything like this. But he's like, this is one of the weaker cases I've ever seen. Something along those lines. So yeah, that was Ron's first thought on it. This has none of the markings of a slap suit. What are we talking about? We're talking about how weird Jeff Tarzia is, and the fact that a bunch of his parasitic little buddies are so devoid of creativity that they are mentioned in his lawsuit for being literal downstream parasites who just regurgitate what he says. But now I'm just fascinated by all of this. It's such a, like, this is just a story of what not to do. A few days later, Tarzia again discussed his attorney's advice, this time recounting that's exactly what Ron said to me. He's like, yeah, this, all things being equal, this is the case that is made for anti-slap suits. He's like, this is a classic case. But at the same time, he said, I can't guarantee anything, right? Because you never know. But he's like, this is literally the reason why the whole slap laws exist. That is not why slap laws exist. Public discussion of privileged materials where anyone can overhear them waives the attorney-client privilege. Yes, that's why you don't go on stream with your fucking attorney. I mean, he just talks like that. Colin Tarzia should be deemed, for purposes of all preliminary hearings in the suit, to have waived attorney-client privilege, which is why you don't go on stream. Going on stream with your attorney violates attorney privilege, client privilege, because you are presenting it on a live stream to potentially his audience at minimum 200,000 people. Like, not by who view his stuff, but like by subscriber count. Like, this is shit I know. I'm not even a lawyer. Like, I mean, I'm a criminal justice major, or I was a major, I graduated. But like, there's a thing called an expectation to privacy. So you see how I have this in my background, right? The expectation is I do not want anything to appear behind me. So I'm obscuring it. But I'm live streaming. So if I say some shit that's incriminating, I don't have any expectation of privacy. If I, close my screen and you see a picture of me completely naked, even if it's an accident, I don't have an expectation of privacy because I'm streaming it. I'm live streaming this. This is being live streamed. That's why when Dr. Disrespect got kicked out of, I think it was TwitchCon one year, because he was streaming from a bathroom, he was violating people's expectation of privacy. This is so fucking funny though. Like, it's just like, this is just what you don't do. Like, this is so funny. Like, not the actual content of the thing, because this is fucking disgusting, but the fact that he keeps doing this. Like, it's amazing he wrote this. So that other Kotaku writer had more to say. This is Carolyn Petit. Sorry, y'all, but if a wife finding out what her husband's openly, publicly up to on the internet might ruin their relationship, it's not the letting her know the vile shit he's doing. That's the moral problem here. You know what it is? Spoilers. It's the vile shit that he's doing. And his Smash's response is, how many times do I have to teach these crazy bitches this lesson? Like, so he wants to, like they say, teach crazy bitches a lesson. And he does, though, through stochastic harassment. Like, this is, oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. Tarzia refused to consider he was in error concerning Mercante's counsel. When it was pointed out to Tarzia that his statements against Mercante, as highlighted in his complaint, were likely defamatory, he ignored it. reading this would I would absolutely take the exit rap regarding her sucking dick for work. If she sues you, this one's going to stick and you're going to make her a lot of money by refusing. Simply state publicly that you are exaggerating the nature of her sex work for effect. And this is all he literally had to do. And they wouldn't have a case. And he's just like, nah. Taj has been giving opportunity after opportunity to de-escalate the situation. He's refused every turn, and that refusal has stoked harassment by his followers. That stoking is by design. In fact, Taj's conduct has become more and more extreme, including personal taunts directly at her. Like, this is... Jesus Christ, dude. I basically did watch read this whole thing. But like, holy shit, how fucking stupid do you have to be to do this? Like, you were given so many outs, and instead of taking any of the outs, including the cease and desist, you decided to make like 100 videos on her. It's insane. No, yeah, it's not on her to de-escalate for sure, but he was given multiple opportunities to de-escalate. But because these fucking losers have to put on this like macho act, like, I'm not gonna defend no woman, or according to Jeff, no crazy bitch is gonna tell me what to do. I'm a big tough guy. Now you're being sued. Like, now you're being sued, and your lawyer seems extremely incompetent. But I think Starro mentioned this earlier. This also all relates to the Amber Heard thing we're talking about earlier, where it's, yeah, being a rampant misogynist online, especially in the creator space, has been seen as a way to get an audience of shitty people, sure, but an audience nonetheless. And now they have to do posturing. Now they have to be that guy who's like, nope, I don't back down from nobody. I don't do this. I'm a big, tough, strong guy. And then it's like, okay, here's a fucking document of all the stupid, dumb shit you've done and all the many, many outs you were given. And this is just a living statement of how wrong he's been about literally everything. Like, factually wrong about everything. If I had a document this long of saying how fucking stupid I am, 13th reason, man. 13th reason. And speaking of these stupid people and how dumb they are, are you guys familiar with Humble Bundle? If not, Humble Bundle is essentially like a charity. They will release, like, not release, but they'll put like bundles together of like video games or like movies, something sort of media, and they usually will give it to you at a discount, and you will donate that money to like a charity. Humble Bundle. Yeah, it's a digital storefront. There we go. And every time you buy something, they split it between the developers and charities. And they do like books, they do movies, they do a bunch of shit. Software, they do a bunch of stuff, right? It's a overall good thing. It is a good thing to have, especially because they give you stuff at a discount. So games that you maybe couldn't afford before, now for the cost of like one of them, you can get like 7 games each bundle, right? If you're a member, you get free. 1000 X Resist, fantastic game. I cannot recommend it enough. But like, and then they give it to charity. It's like, hey, they've raised over $200 million for charity. They've supported more than 34,000 charities so far, right? Good stuff. Unless you're Grums, because Humble Bundle donates $12.4 million to DEI, social and education programs. The company is a big backer of diversity and social impact programs, including educational and advocacy programs. and they're like, look at some of these comments. This is too bad. The Humble Bundle was one of the best ways for people to save and finally try out some of the titles they would normally not justify. I wish they'd just get back to making great games and leave this nonsense out. StarCraft, WoW, original Nintendo. This is a bot because Humble Bundle doesn't make games. They don't make games. Democrats are on the wrong side of history. It is illegal to hire, fire, promote, or provide additional resources to someone on the basis of skin color. Anti-white racism is a problem. Black supremacy is also a problem. These are all just bots. Stop buying for them. These are all bots, right? GG's over for Humble Bundle. Track the flow of money. Dumb, idiot, dumb people. Now, let's see what they're getting their panties in the bunch for. How Humble Bundle allocated $12.4 million as funding in 2024, including substantial focus on game industry charities. From mental health to diverse perspectives in game development, these are the causes Humble supported over the years. And it's planting trees. It's offsetting carbon emissions. It's getting students access to educational resources. So like buying them laptops and books and shit like that. Giving 27,000 people clean water. Granting 12 wishes. 24,000 diversity promoting books. Diversity promoting books. That just means like books with people from different either ethnic or religious or sexual orientations. Like that's it. 6 solar power internet hubs. They built 3 schools. Like they provided 4 million meals. 2,500 professionals empowered through funding and training. Raised 1.2 million plus for disaster crisis relief. 28 schools enhanced with mental health education. 8,000 crisis centers contacted supported. $937 educational scholarship provided, and raised 2.3 million for disease prevention, research, and cures. And this is presented as bad. They used to let you choose your own preferred nonprofit. Now it's 100% their choice. Either it's a long con or they were captured a few years ago. But this is insanity. People are mad. These people are mad because they donated to charity and helped give people clean water. But because that's DEI, it's a bad thing. Like it's insanity. I'm just thankful that the people that I follow aren't fucking morons. Like, so Kitty Big Games. So just go pay full price so only big corporate sees your money rather than getting games on the cheap and helping good causes. Just remember it when you're broke and in a crisis, need a cure or need a meal, and gotta partake in that humble help for yourself. Like exactly. But this is all of this is what I've always been talking about lately, right? Empathy and the extreme lack of it. So many people lack empathy. So many people lack empathy that the idea of donating money to plant trees is political. Anything that can help people is political. It's insane. Like we are living in such a fucking insane time. I cannot believe they're upset over it. Actually, I can. That's the sad part. These people are just incredibly unhappy. Unlike Lucas Pope, who wants developers to make weirder, more personal games. And I fucking agree. I cannot read this more because I don't have a subscription to The Verge. Verge, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this? But you know what? We can just fucking look it up somewhere. Lucas Pope. News. Oh, you're the only ones talking about it. Okay. Well, that sucks. I want to switch to a feel good, but we're gonna stay bad. We're staying bad. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Here is the shit. Here is the shit that I was dying over. I was dying over this. So you guys know how much these fucking grifters were talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows. If you don't know, may I suggest you go to my playlist when it's grifters and their influence. And there's 22 videos in here. And it's a lot of them talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows. A lot. Even the video where I'm unshaven, he's talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Grumps. When he got ratioed. But you guys know they're being super fucking racist about this game, right? Grums has decided to do his favorite tactic of backpedaling or moving goalposts. Sometimes both. First, let's go to Assassin's Creed Shadows, the game biz. All right, so consent. GameIndustry.biz. I go to the site pretty frequently, actually. Assassin's Creed Shadows' success shows that the threat of a negative campaign is overblown. As solid sales numbers for the new Assassin's Creed stack up, other companies should take note how little the manufacturer controversy around it mattered. And then he just goes on to talk about how it's fucking doing pretty well, right? We don't have precise numbers yet, but while Shadows doesn't seem set to break any records, nor is it doing badly by any reasonable measure. In the US at least, it is reportedly running in second place in the annual sales chart thus far. It's only trailing Monster Hunter Wilds, which is insanely popular. Like that's an insanely good achievement if you're just behind Monster Hunter Wilds. Only problem with Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'm not a big Assassin's Creed fan to begin with. I tried the series a lot. I tried it multiple times. I started with Black Flag, which is the one everyone says is the best one. I'm not a big fan of ship combat, so I was like not really interested. I did do Odyssey because I love Greek mythology. I hadn't done Assassin's Creed Origins, and I did Assassin's Creed Unity. Someone got it for me, but it's not really been my jam. But besides that, though, it's trailing Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds is. Let's just look at this, okay? Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, as of now, it sold over 10 million units in its first month. So it's doing pretty good. It's doing pretty good, right? And so it's second only to this. It's second only to that. The fact that we even need to have this conversation, they said an Assassin's Creed game in Japan is sold well, would have felt like the most staggeringly obvious thing only a few years ago. It's largely down to the aforementioned controversy, a very intense anti-woke campaign against the game, which was sparked off when it was revealed that the playable protagonist would be a black man and woman. As is generally the case with these things, the initial racist and misogynistic backlash was quickly veiled in more broad-based concern trolling, alleging that Shadows was disrespectful or derogatory to Japanese culture, yada, 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 yada. Things got very silly very quickly. A historian who consulted on the game's depiction of the black protagonist Yasuke, a historically attested figure who has been featured uncontroversially in plenty of media over the years, was targeted by online harassment and was falsely reported that he had been dismissed by his university. Twitter found itself a home to a steady influx of accounts claiming to be outraged Japanese gamers who happen to post in fluent English and very obviously Google Translate Japanese. A few enterprising Japanese right-wing influencers did try to make hay from the controversy, albeit with limited success. One widely shared video in which a creator raged about the game allowing him to smash up a Shinto shrine was widely ridiculed by commenters who pointed out rather reasonably that the creator himself was the one smashing the virtual shrine and getting mad at his own actions. I actually used that video in my video talking about it, and the guy who made the video just came up was like, I just wanted to show the destruction, and they got taken over by a bunch of fucking right-wing losers. The campaign's high watermark came when a lawmaker in Japan's Diet asked the prime minister about defacing shrines in the game during an open question session. The questioner, Kaida Hiroyuki, is a relatively unknown one-term counselor whose marginal seat is at severe risk in the upcoming July election, so it was a fairly transparent grab for attention. Prime Minister Ishiba's answers entirely sidestepped any mention of the game to focus instead on some recent cases where real-life shrines are vandalized. Still, it was translated, or in some cases willfully mistranslated, as a triumph. Get woke, go so broke. They'll ask time-wasting questions about you and the Japanese diet, I guess. Story game director and exceptional Twitter poster, Kamiya Hideki. Yo, if you're not following Kamiya Hideki on Twitter, you're missing out on some of the best fucking just owns. I was shocked that the main character, at least the story, was kind of lacking. Yeah, I'm not really big on Assassin's Creed story and shit. Just not for me. Perhaps have the most level-headed take on the whole affair, pointing out in essence that when a fuss like this is being made by a relatively small group of extremely vocal people, it means little to a large majority of ordinary folk who will simply shrug their shoulders and quietly enjoy the game. The sales figures now trickling in suggest that he was essentially right. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a fucking, like, it's. So they're talking about like this is a dumb shit, right? And the reason I had you guys read a little bit of this is because they obviously didn't read this article. And Grums, one of the main people who was pushing this shit, the negative backlash against Ubisoft was not just AC, but Star Wars Ally as well. Nobody cared that the protagonist was black and the other was a woman. They cared that it was being forced into an AC game about Japan itself and what was an obvious disingenuous virtue signal that was tone deaf to Japanese culture. People could easily see the games like Ghost of Tsushima get it right, while Shadows merely pandered and did it poorly. Nobody predicted the game would fail. Just underperform enough to force changes at Ubisoft. And it did. It underperformed. Ubisoft sold the IP off to a new entity with new shareholder Tencent. So all of what he's saying, in case you guys aren't aware, is wrong. It's completely wrong. First and foremost, the whole IP being sold, that's not what fucking happened. Maybe GameBiz will talk about this. Assassin's Creed. But that's not what fucking happened. Because that can't what happened. That can't be how it happened. So like that's here. Tencent invests $1.2 billion in new Ubisoft subsidiary focused on Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six. So first and foremost, right off the bat, they didn't sell it to a fucking unknown entity or to a new entity with a new shareholder, Tencent. Tencent has been a shareholder in Ubisoft for quite some while, actually. In a bid to rapidly evolve its operating model, Ubisoft has created a subsidiary based upon its Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six brands, arguably developers' tentpole franchises. Through a formal and competitive process, Ubisoft selected Tencent to invest a minority stake of $1.2 billion to focus on expanding these games' truly evergreen multi-platform ecosystems. It's a new subsidiary, but it's still owned by Ubisoft. So wrong. Like, completely wrong. And I'm pretty confident that Ubisoft and Tencent happened a while ago. Ubisoft plan, hold on, wait. Look at mix of 1% Chinese investment. Oh, I could have sworn at the very least that Tencent had stake in the company prior to that. But besides that, they get a 25% stake in the company. So a far cry from them selling off the IP to a new entity. Completely wrong. Like completely wrong. Also, he absolutely did say this game would fail. He did say this game would fail. He was mad the protagonist is black. Like literally was mad about this. Like he in fact was one of the main people. Ubisoft is free to falsely accuse you of being a racist or hateful acts for wanting historical respect for Japan as they shove their DI protection in the game, but don't you dare talk back or they'll sue you. Japan is trashing Ubisoft and implies 9 million views and counting, and some say in Japan, Ubisoft really wanted to make AC Shadow's fiction. Why didn't they just use fictional characters and make them Japanese? So of course, no one cared they're black, but then why make the character Japanese, Grums? And there is a Japanese character, her name's Naoe. But no one cared the character was black or a woman, but you don't even acknowledge a Japanese woman. And literally right here, they are talking about him being black. Like, the Yasuke being in the game is them mad that somebody black. It's so fucking... Oh, it's so funny. Because he's just backpedaling all the time. And he's wrong about everything. Yeah, look at no one caring about the assassins being black, you guys. Look at them not caring about the black assassin. We was kings and shit, Kenshi. We was samurai. We was samurais and shit. We was samurais. But no one cares about the person being black, you guys. Nope, having George Floyd in there, no one cares. Like it's just like it's always the same. They make claims, they're fucking wrong, and then they pretend that they never said it in the first place. And then the goalpost just moves. And then him being wrong again. Lords of the Fallen has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Reddit matters zero to your game success. It's... For those of you who don't know, Lords of the Fallen, the CEO, I guess, or whatever, the guy has been putting out ads. First off, he's been two-hinged. The Yasuke simulator, but you guys remember no one cared about him being black in this game. But if you guys don't remember, Lords of the Fallen was a game that came out and no one cared about it. So the original game was called Lord of the Fallen, which is a success that came out in 2014. Didn't do that well. And so then Lords of the Fallen came out. And I think that was like, what, 2 years ago? Yeah, 2030. And he's been promoting this game on Twitter by being anti-woke and saying DEI has no place in all this shit and yada, 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 yada. 24,000 reviews, mixed. Most people play this game and they're like, it's buggy and shit. Recently posted 3 hours. This game rules. I didn't play till 2.0, but as is the best Dark Souls 2 like I've ever played, and it's the only game I've ever played like Dark Souls 2 and I love it. That makes no sense. 4 hours into the game. 0.7, not even a full hour. What if Dark Souls is really boring? So like a lot of these are new reviews and a lot of these are coming from like Twitter, right? But these guys who always use this metric, mind you, Grums uses much all the time too. SteamDB, right? Which I hate to do. I They don't like it, but they use it all the time. If we do Lords of the Fallen, sorry, that's the original one. This one's called Lord of the Fallen, right? Lords of the Fallen. I'm human-ish. All right. So there's 5,000 people in game right now. So its on-time peak was 42,000 a year and a half ago. 24 hours, 9,000. Player peak right now, 5,000. According to the guys who always use this metric, this game's a fucking flop, right? Like, by their own standards, this is a flop. Grums just said it was a huge success, right? And the thing I want to talk about the most is, so yeah, look at this shit. Lords of the Fallen success when devs listen to the real gamers and replace body types by male and female. And this is nothing. Look at this. Add big tits and big ass and the numbers will grow. No, it won't. Because the game, people can still enjoy it. That's fine. But the game's always had problems. Another anti-DEI flop. DK Roman. So when it first came out, its all-time peak was 32,000. And then you have fucking Baldur's Gate, the most unstoppable goddamn game in existence, which is overwhelmingly positive. And it's so funny to me because it's like, by their own metric, this game's a flop. But no, what I wanted to show was, what's that guy's name? CI Games, yes it is. Him. This guy. All he did was fucking ads. All he posted was ads. And look at who's retweeting. Grums. And agreeing with them. Making a deliberately tough game easy means making a different game. If fundamental alters the design, not all games need to be hard, but some are integral to. No, this is fucking stupid. This is fucking. I hate this argument so much. I don't care who makes it. This is a dumb argument. Games can be hard or easy depending on the player, of course, but you can just put in easy mode and shit. You don't have to play the game on the easy mode. Like, that's the option that they never understand. You pick the button, you choose, you control the buttons you press. If a game offers, I'm playing fucking hard mode on South of Midnight. I could play story mode and easy mode, but I'm not playing that. But if you want to play easy mode, you can. And all he does is just retweet fucking right-wing guys. That's it. That's all he does. And listen, I will say top 10 in sellers, it's pretty impressive. But what have any other games come out this time period? Like, let's see, Steam game releases. Game releases April 2025. Let's just see what the games came out so far in April. That could have stolen us thunder. So, South of Midnight came out April 8th, which is not the 20th or the 18th. That was 10 days before. What else? What a big game to come out this month. Actually, how does South of Midnight do? South of Midnight. Probably not that people in game right now because it's it's on Game Pass. Yeah, that makes it all right. Small type game. Okay. What else came out? Indiana Jones and the Great. Oh, that's for PS5. It's already out on PC. So like, he released the game before the big game this month, which is obviously the Blueprints came out of nowhere, but obviously it's Clear Obscure Expedition 33, which is also coming out on Game Pass. Blueprints. I know a ton of people playing this fucking game. Yeah, more people playing this game than they're playing Lords of the Fallen. But all he does is literally retweet right-wing gaming guys. Ditching mail from for body types isn't what most players want. There's zero commercial sense to it. Sure, devs can do what they want, but don't act surprised when majority tunes out. The message is loud and clear. Again, from Grumps. And if this is correct, you know what game wouldn't be doing fucking gangbusters right now? Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds, as of right now, has 190,000 people. Oh, sorry, 109,000 people playing it. Monster Hunter Wilds also has body types and not male female. So why isn't that game doing badly? Like it's such a, and again, he's reposting this guy who was mad about fucking DEI from Humble Bundle. Like this is reposting AI. Like this is just like, all he reposts is Grums. All he reposts is Grumps. All he fucking does Grumps. And then he hates diversity. Diversity and inclusion matter only when they come from hiring the best talent. Forced DEI is in progress. There's no such thing as forced DEI. In gaming, since 1997, diversity and inclusion always matter, but not the way DEI forces it. DEI makes teams slower, weaker, less competitive, hardly ever leads to a better outcome. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And I know it sounds weird because he's in the game industry and I'm not. But he does know what the fuck he's talking about here. Because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't make any sense. How does DI makes teams slower and weaker, less competitive? Less competitive than what? Other teams? Oh, look, a post from Pirate Nation. Japan's AAA gaming industry performed strongly as 5 out of 8 major companies hit record-breaking share prices. Exciting times ahead. More DI among Western devs will only serve CI games better and make us more competitive. What? Like it's, and then he's like, yes, it's an Epic exclusive on PC. From personal experience, they've been an incredible partner so far, and they're really helping us making better game in the end. Epic is literally helping builders and funding part of dev budget. Respect that. Oh, whoa. You're getting help from Epic Games? Was that make you DEI? Didn't even earn it? My game developers don't need help from digital storefronts. They can do it on their own. And you're gonna do Epic Games, the same people who helped with that woke Alan Wake 2. Like, you see how stupid you can do? How stupid you can be with this shit? Like, it's fucking... Diversity and inclusion is not equality of opportunity. Like, it's just, this is just like so stupid. Tencent is a great partner for Ubisoft. Their impact on culture may only be positive. No DEI written on their forehead. Refreshing. They're a Chinese company. To be automatically be DEI. It's diversity right there. Like, it just so fucking stupid, dude. Like, he's so fucking stupid. I want to see if this one's like, is there like reviews of the 2.0? It took 18 months or 50 days, but Lord of the Fallen finally added the one feature I wanted from Souls-like RPG. Full shared progression co-op. Hardcore PS Passion game is 72% off after a major update. That could also, play a fact. Making it 72% off or 67% off on PC. I just picked this up on PlayStation Store. It's included in the spring sale for less than £17. Like, and again, people can like the game. I don't give a shit. But I just find it hilarious. Like, extremely hilarious that this guy's like, we hate DEI and all this stuff, and DEI is bad. It makes you weaker and worse and slower. And it took you 18 months to update. Maybe you should have had DEI on your team. We'll just Fallen 2 updates add share co-op progression, jump button, and more attractive feminine features. So like a boob slider. So they added a jump button, a character creator, improved fish options, skin texture, and body types, auto vigor. Like, here's the thing: update raises eyebrows over increased femininity. While Lord of the Fallen features sounds impressive, developers say they can also raise eyebrows with 2-point patch note, specifically the section about the improved character creator, which states, another highly popular community request has been the ability to create more attractive and generally realistic looking characters. We've also increased the femininity of the female body type with more attractive face options and more conventionally feminine body shape. The good response to the patch by claiming CI Games is pandering to anti-woke crowds. However, YouTube comments seem to be more positive with players praising overall changes, including overhaul character body types. It's so funny because no one who plays these kinds of games gives a shit about the character creator. They don't. What they care about is the fashion. That's what people care about. You don't play a Souls-like game and be like, I want my character to be the fucking sexiest thing ever. Most of the time, you make horrific, like, eldritch abominations. Like, you don't. This is so fucking dumb, dude. Don't play Elden Ring or Dark Souls or any of those games like that in order to be like, you know what? I'm going to make the most bangable character of all time. Because most of the time, they're running in a suit of armor or their head's covered or something's covering their face. Yeah, waiting 18 months for a jump button is crazy. But like it's literally like the right has Asmon shit as their lord and savior, and left has leeching Hassan. I don't consider Hassan a leech, but okay. Yeah, and the thing is too is most of the time when people do character creators, like they make the most terrifying looking human abomination on 2 legs. Now, if this was an RPG like Baldur's Gate, that's different. then you want to make the hottest people possible. Which, by the way, Baldur's Gate has some of the sexiest looking characters in RPGs. Hell, in video games. Like, you look at Karlach. Yes, give me more. Same thing with Shadowheart. Even Lizelle. Like, these are attractive people. And then for the men, they're attractive men in that game too. So it's so funny to me. They want to act like the quote unquote woke games want to have ugly people and they got to make them more feminine. We're going to make that an update. More feminine people in our games. But then it's like you're going to be wearing a giant hooded costume the whole time. Like no one's going to want to care. Even if they give them the option they want, they will immediately start crying about other options they don't like being available. They're just forever whining victims. I mean, yes, they do complain a lot. That's kind of their whole thing. They're never going to be satisfied. It's the whole give mouse a cookie, right? They just want to be upset about stuff. But appealing to that denominator is so dumb to me, especially though, because there's two ways this goes out, right? Let's say this boosts sales dramatically. They're going to focus on the fact that, see, we made hot women, and not because they did quality of life improvements, added co-op, added progression, right? They're going to be like, oh, it's because we made the women hot. And I always say, if that was the case, if it's just sex sales, then again, The First Descendant would be the most popular game on the planet. But that's not the case because it's more than that. You have to have a product people like, and you have to make it good. There has to be some meat there. Can't just be, look at these cheeks jiggling. Even porn games have some sort of gameplay loop that keeps people involved, right? Like, that might get you through the door, but won't keep you there. And that's the perfect example is The First Descendant, which is why it continuously struggles, because it doesn't offer anything outside of tits and ass, like at all, besides a very unrewarding, grinding gameplay loop. I remember BG3 was early access nigga playing with the default character for human was a black woman. And guess what? Baldur's Gate 3 is fucking still doing numbers to this day. Like, it's so funny. These people overall don't understand that creativity, the creative process is inherently DEI, right? It's diverse. Because when you create, whether, I don't care if it's you're making content, you are writing a book, you're doing a movie, you're making a TV show, whatever, the last thing you want to do is be stuck. So when we talk about diversity, people automatically assume it's like having me on camera, which is a form of diversity, right? I'm Black. I'm also African. I'm Congolese American. I am tall. I'm in my 30s. That's a bunch of different demographics I would hit. But still, diversity is more than just someone's physical appearance. It's diversity of thought. It's diversity of ideas. So the creative process, especially when you work with other people, it's never just one person's vision. It's a lot of people's visions coming together. You may have an overall goal, but it's going to look a little bit different because everyone's going to add their bits to it. Even when you have like, okay, all this, the dialogue's done and you're recording a game, a voice actor is going to read a line in a different way than maybe you intended, but you keep it. There you go. They added a bit more life to this character than you were expecting. That's what they bring to the table. It's a collaborative effort. This is also diversity. You cannot do something creative and make it devoid of diversity. That's the antithesis of creation. But these guys don't understand that. So they say shit like forced DEI. And they'll be like, my game's not diverse because there's not a Black person in it, and that's a good thing, or all the women are hot, and that's a good thing. It's like, if everyone's just one thing all the time, it's fucking boring. You look at musicians. Musicians take inspiration from other genres. You have rappers who look at like rock music. You've had rockers who look at like hip hop and R&B. You've had collaborations like that. Look at the blues and jazz. Like, there is a creative process there. You look at others, you take inspiration, you add that, you mix it. Jazz is a perfect example, right? It's a blend of a ton of different musical styles into one. But these guys don't understand that. Like, right wingers appeal to chronically aggrieved, more access to victims. Well, yeah, like right wingers, for the most part, especially when they get into creative spaces, you wonder why they're always failed creatives. It's because of that idea. They don't understand the creative process. They don't understand that it's a collaborative effort. So all their endeavors always turn out bad, and then they grift to the right. You look at almost every major right-wing person right now, and they were at some point a failed creative because they did not understand the essence of being creative, and they never worked on their craft. They just assumed because they were doing it, it'd be awesome off the bat, and then it wasn't, and now they're making a dozen YouTube videos about why Toy Story 5, Jessie being the main character, is going to turn her into a black person and go woke, right? You have people like from Geeks and Gamers taking videos in their car talking about how they walked out of Snow White. You're in your 40s, guy. Why are you watching Snow White? You don't have children. Like, but they don't understand what creativity is. They don't understand that it is a collaborative process. You take inspiration. Yeah, if you make the thing is too is hot is not universal, right? So they could say like, oh, we made our characters more attractive, but more attractive to you just means bigger boobs. What if more attractive to me means broader shoulders, or someone else means taller, or someone else means rounder? You know, that's not a universal thing. Attraction is not universal. And if you were here earlier in the stream, you can see how these people don't create, they regurgitate. They regurgitate. They get told a talking point, and then they just eat off of that talking point. That's it. They wait for the creatives to create something, and then they're like, this is garbage and woke and bad. But then you'll never see like a good conservative made game. Like, I don't even know what game that would be. Look at some of the greatest games of all time. When people say some at least are the greatest games of all time. A lot of them are political. A lot of them have diversity. I can't think of a Hideo Kojima game that isn't political or diverse. Thanks for the follow, Sergeant Wilco. On Twitch. Weird. Oh yeah, I'm still streaming on Twitch, huh? Well, but you won't find games like that. I'm sorry, that scared me too. You won't find that in the games because those are bad. Is Resident Evil diverse? Extremely so. You have what? Resident Evil Village. You're talking about a European village, right? Resident Evil 4, you're in it's like a Spanish-speaking village. In Resident Evil 5, you're in Africa. In Resident Evil, yes, I'm streaming on Twitch. Yes, I am. Thank you, Sergeant Wilco. And the Resident Evil games are very diverse. And again, when I'm speaking of diverse, it's not just there's a black person, there's a white guy. No, I'm talking about like the settings, the characters, the storylines. Like they iterate each time, like they add different things. Like it is extremely diverse. Like even the series that they think are just like anything that comes from Japan is just safe. And it's like, no, there's no loss of diversity in these games, especially in RPGs. RPGs are really a goldmine for diversity. And whether or not they use like, animals in order to highlight a level of bigotry or whatever, like anthropomorphic creatures, right? Especially in RPGs, you're still getting diversity. Let's not forget there's growing numbers of women playing. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, I was thinking about this earlier. It's like, they're mad about Fantastic Four. Some people are mad that Pedro Pascal's in it because he's everywhere, or because he's Chilean and not a white guy. But most of these people are mad about Shia LaBeouf, who is the Silver Surfer. because like Silver Surfer's a dude, he's a guy, and of course these guys don't know comic books, but it doesn't mean that they're right about this. And they are mad that a woman is Silver Surfer, even though you know for a fact they couldn't name a fucking issue or a storyline about Silver Surfer. And even though this is very clearly in an alternate universe, because the only superheroes are the Fantastic Four, right? But they're mad about that, even though she has been a character before in Marvel Comics and has been the Silver Surfer. Because they're trying to be like, well, people didn't know that. It's like, well, Captain America has been Sam Wilson for the last 10 years. He's been in Captain America for a decade. And just because people don't know that doesn't make it not true. And the reason why he's Captain America is because he couldn't have been Captain America when Captain America was first introduced. And that's what they don't understand. The audience has shifted from when things were first introduced. So even if you want to live in this world where video games were only played by white people and that's it, that is no longer the case. So you are ignoring an audience that you could be capturing. This is all about capitalism. You want to make the most money, you're going to have to either cast the widest net or squeeze your audience. We talked about this with Nintendo last week. That's why Nintendo's doing what they're doing. They're trying to capture a different audience. You are going to see video games and movies and media reflect the audiences that are either watching them, who they want to watch and play them, right? That's how any product works. You want to capture, if you're mainstream, you want to capture a wide net. And the mainstream world is really diverse. Even if we were to just talk about in America, it's still diverse. And the people who buy the most aren't white people. The black dollar has the most economic value in this country, which is why when people target things specifically to black people, it does numbers. Like, look at Sinners right now. That kind of movie that isn't a big blockbuster, that's getting crazy reviews, and its opening weekend, $45 million. Now, that's not to say only black people watch this movie, but you know a majority of the audience who went to watch it over the weekend were black. Sinners on track to beat Warner Brothers' 3-day opening projections. They brought in $20 million in 2 days. In 2 days. Like it's, and again, yes. And they'll say like how diversity doesn't sell and all this other shit too, but it's false because their mindset is still stuck in the, well, how will we sell this to white people? You don't have to. You don't have to. Like you don't have to. Exactly. Superman was created as basically to represent Jewish immigrants. But he would be considered woke DEI now. They kind of memorate more to male protagonists, women that more to male protagonists, having both options, more people playing games, same black people. Yeah, it's basic marketing too. If I want everyone to watch this movie or play this game, I'm going to have more diverse cast. People call it pandering. That's fucking marketing. Every game panders. Every movie panders. That's why we have genres. Like, no one has ever suffered financially making a project that was diverse. Like you don't. It might be like the topics might be a little bit too like heavy, right? But like if you had a fucking rainbow coalition in the project, no one's gonna be like, well, too many people are included in this, so I'm going to fucking make sure it tanks, right? Like there's other factors in it, but people like to pretend that you can distill all the issues with video games into one category. which is, oh, it's too woke. It's too woke, you guys. The game's too woke. Oh, what's one of my favorite franchises of all time? I love the X-Men. But this game is too woke.